Okay, friends, since we're getting a little delayed, I want to show you my dog doing tricks. Look at him. Go up, 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 Bing. I don't know if anybody's watching me, but you guys should, because this is really fun. Since Bing is loving all the attention, we're gonna do more tricks for you guys. Sit. Sit. Good boy. We just wanted to say hi real fast. Say hi, Bing. Go up for them.
Testing, testing. If you are on the Zoom and not in Wildcat Chamber, can you let us know in the chat if you can hear us? Awesome. Thank you, guys. Sorry about the delay. The computer monitor was just not having it tonight. It wouldn't be the last meeting without a hiccup, right? So with that, I was going to do first roll call and everything to get started, but in interest of time, since I've already delayed you all 10 minutes, we are just going to go ahead and get started with our virtual banquet and award ceremony. So Maggie, if you have the ability to screen share right now, Maggie's got a short presentation to go along with it, and we're going to start off with just opening remarks from Dr. Lane. So give us a sec to get that pulled up, and then we'll be able to get started.
Good evening, everyone. Nathan, is it okay for me to go ahead and get started?
Yes, go for it, Dr. Lane.
All right, well, it's my pleasure to kick off our SGA Virtual Awards ceremony. Wow, what a year. One that has been truly like no other. As we plan for an in-person semester next fall, I think it's really important for all of us to take a moment and reflect on just how unusual and challenging these past 12 months have been. I'm pretty confident that you didn't envision your term to be taking place during a global pandemic. And yet here we are, celebrating your accomplishments as student leaders in what has undoubtedly been one of the most challenging times our university has faced. And when I think about what SGA has been able to accomplish during this term, and in a hybrid environment, no less, it really is truly amazing. Some of the SGA efforts that immediately come to mind include reducing a potential barrier for students to serve on SGA by reducing the minimum requirement to serve as a senator from 12 credit hours to 1 credit hour, navigating through an extremely challenging privilege fee process involving really difficult decisions involving budget reductions, overseeing an extremely well-run election in the most unusual of circumstances, with both presidential campaigns modeling respect for each other, encouraging involvement of those who might not typically engage with SGA, taking on the challenge of revising the student code of conduct and involving more students in the process while working under a compressed timeline, and crafting a resolution to improve the lived experiences of our students, especially students from historically marginalized backgrounds. I could go on and on. I just want to thank you and just share how grateful I am for the hard work that you've put into SGA this year, for staying committed as student leaders through some really difficult times. Since March of 2020, I know all of us have been impacted in so many different ways by the pandemic. Many of us have had loved ones who've experienced COVID. Many of us have been directly impacted ourselves. The virus changed how we socialize together, how we connect with one another, how we've been able to conduct business as SGA for the past year. And yet, all of you dug deep, showed up, and were there for each other and for your fellow students throughout this year in so many ways. And I thank you for that. Some of you will be graduating and moving on to new leadership opportunities, and knowing the resiliency that you've demonstrated time and time again this year, I'm confident that you're ready for whatever lies ahead. Many of you will be part of next year's SGA, and I hope that what you've learned and experienced this year inspires you to deepen your involvement. And for those of you who all have the privilege of working with next year, I look forward to seeing the positive changes that your leadership I know will bring to campus. I am very positive and optimistic about our next academic year and our university's return to a more in-person campus experience. And with the lessons that we've learned and the experiences that we've gained over these past 12 months, I know that we are going to be an even stronger K-State. So again, thank you. Welcome to tonight's event. Finish strong this semester and make sure to get vaccinated when you're able to do so. And now I think that I have the honor of providing some recognition to our executive branch leadership. It's my honor as the advisor to the executive branch to recognize 3 leaders that I've greatly enjoyed working with and getting to know this past year. Of course, SGA President Tel Whitmer, Vice President Lane Lundeen, and Chief of Staff Carson Schemblin. Tel, Lane, and Carson, thank you for the steadfast leadership that you've demonstrated throughout your term. Tel, I want you to know that I wore a tie, especially for you tonight. Your passion and your enthusiasm for K-State has been truly inspiring. I want to especially thank you, Tel, for your active participation in the university's weekly COVID-19 executive team meetings. As a team member, you did an excellent job of ensuring that student impact was considered when decisions were made regarding our university's response to the pandemic. So thank you. Thank you also for assisting Lithene Health Center in reaching students with its Every Wildcat a Wellcat campaign, and being an active participant on social media and being part of campaign messaging. And just thank you for being solution oriented when faced with difficult concerns, and always focused on how a decision would help make students' lives better. Lane Lundeen, when talking about leadership to others, I always try to stress the importance of leading with kindness and how it's often in too much of short supply. I want to thank you for demonstrating that idea through your leadership. Your ability to truly listen to what others are trying to convey and to show care, that's a remarkable leadership trait. And your leadership of the EOF process this year was truly impressive as you worked to create an environment where all voices could be heard. I also greatly admire your commitment to sustainability and how that informs your approach to leadership. And finally, Carson, your positivity as Chief of Staff always brightened my day whenever we had the opportunity to meet. I've been truly impressed by your ability to effectively juggle all of your academic and student leadership responsibilities, keeping the plates all spinning while ensuring the executive team stayed organized and on task. And you did all of this with such a positive attitude. You're a true joy to know and to work with, and I'm greatly looking forward to seeing all of your accomplishments beyond K-State. Congratulations to each of you. And again, thank you for the time, the energy, and the talent that you've given in your roles. I wish you all the very best going forward. Thanks.
All right. Hello, everyone. So thank you, Dr. Lane, for setting me up to not be as eloquent as you are. But that's not to say that my words and my appreciation for you all as an entire body sitting in front of us and on Zoom, but also especially to Nathan and Maggie, the amount of appreciation I have for the immense work that this team at the front of the room has done this year. Think about it. A year ago, you all took Senate seats, and you did so in a very odd season. And you've never really got the chance to sit in a room together with your leadership. And yet, if it's not just me, hopefully, I don't know that anyone really missed a beat. Thanks in part to the work that Madison, just put both of your names together. Nathan and Maggie really put forward this year in a very strange situation. I know late night senates are not always fun, but how much more fun were they this year when you could wear your PJs and lounge in your couch and be far more comfortable than sitting in Wildcat Chamber and not always the most comfortable chairs. And how many of us still felt super engaged in what the work was that we were still doing? And a lot of that, again, comes down to Maggie and Nathan being super excellent folks leading this charge. So a special thank you to Nathan, who I remember literally the very first time I met Nathan. He gave a very impassioned speech at this very podium and was very vulnerable and shared a lot about his story and the impact of the legislation that was being debated at the moment. Some of you may remember that exact moment that I'm thinking of. And that was the first time I ever really knew the name Nathan Bothwell. And let me tell you, he lives up to the hype that came from that debate presentation. Nathan, I have seen grow in such immense ways. We had this conversation the other day about who Nathan was as an intern all those years ago to where Nathan is now, and chasing after some dreams. They're going to come, they're going to be great. And I can't wait to see what is next for you, and keeping in touch and knowing that someday down the road when we have our new senator kickoff, and we're looking for a recent alum SGA member, Nathan will be one of those people that we call up to say, hey, come inspire our next year's worth of leaders, because you just have that experience. So thank you for that. Thanks for leading this group in the weirdest times we could ever have imagined, given so much that even today we have technical issues on your very last Senate. So it would only make sense. And to Maggie, who stepped into this role as just a youngin' with so much future ahead of you. I remember the first time you came and presented in Senate as well, and especially the first time you presented with your speech for Speaker Pro Tem. And I thought, dang, this girl's gonna make a difference on campus. And I would say that you have done that and so much more. You have led the charge in some very important efforts this year with DPC, with the legislation just a few weeks ago, and making sure that everyone's voice is being heard and is represented on campus. I am probably most excited to see where you're going to go next, because I know the full potential has not yet been met, and there are some incredible things that will be in the future of Maggie Bowman. So everybody buckle your seatbelts, because we're going to get to experience it over the next couple of years. So I look forward to continuing that journey with you moving ahead. I would be amiss to not appreciate everyone, all the current senators, all of our committee chairs. This year has just put a wrench in every plan that you all have had, whether it be privilege fee being a mess, thanks to COVID, whether it be governmental relations with election year, whether it be DEI with some of the most challenging diversity and equity issues on campus. You faced it, you participated in it. Ops, who like, thank God we have you, and fixing all of our governing document issues and making sure that the student body is set up for success into the future. Couldn't do it without the hard work of all of those folks and all of our senators who are engaging in those conversations. Traveling on campus may not have been the year you thought it was going to be, but yet you still found a way to support students, and that's always important too. So I really appreciate how effective you all were to engage your members, whether it be virtually or hybridly. You still found a way. And look, there's still people sitting in the room. There's still people on Zoom. If it wasn't for the leadership of you all, that wouldn't have happened. So thank you for that. And then a huge shout out just as an entire body. Y'all tackled some really big pieces. I know Dr. Lane named a lot of them earlier in his opening remarks. Huge kudos for you all in a really not so fun year, still tackling a lot of really big issues and making sure that voices of students are heard and represented on this campus, that you're pushing us as a university forward. So thank you for all of that. I can't wait to get to know you all without masks and in person, because some of you I have literally only known via Zoom. And so I look forward to getting to know our new senators and our returning senators and other leaders, maskless and in human form. So thanks everyone, good luck. Enjoy the rest of your semester. Stop by tomorrow, there'll be some more ice cream in the office.
All right. Well, I have the honor and the privilege to get a minute or two here to speak to the great work that Ashton and Annalee have brought to the branch, not only this year, but throughout their time in the judicial branch. Annalee, I will start with you. You've been a part of the branch and done some remarkable work for us, and especially this year in to echo what Dr. Lane and Kelly have already said, and what has been a challenging and unique year, but also a challenging, rewarding, and impactful year. Some of the work that we are able to do as a branch and that Annalee directly worked on through the code revision process, into the bylaw and constitution process, into some very challenging and tricky cases that she had to step in and really be the AG a couple times. We certainly have benefited from your leadership, and I look forward to having you next year as our Attorney General, and to see the work that you will do and continue to do for the branch. Ashton, Ashton started her journey here as a transfer student and attempted to get into the legislative side of SGA. And luckily that didn't work out because we were fortunate enough to pick Ashton up. And it's been a remarkable run for Ashton within the branch. From her first year to her second year, going to Deputy Attorney General, into this year where she has been an exceptional Attorney General. Her steadfast leadership, her willingness to tackle tough topics, her ability to mentor the other members of the branch, and to really show the judicial branch what it means to be a leader and to find her voice. It's been remarkable. Dr. Lane touched on the speed of a code revision, and many of you in this room were part of that process, and hopefully appreciated the leadership that Ashton and Annalee brought to that process, and how fortunate we were to have them lead this branch this year. I know that Ashton's going to graduate and go on and do bigger and better things, but I've been very appreciative of her leadership and involvement in the branch, and we certainly will miss her in the years to come, but certainly her legacy and impact will be felt in the branch and on this campus well beyond her time here. So I want to thank you both, and also echo Kelly while I'm on the screen here, and thank the rest of the judicial branch that are in the room or watch this later on. This has been a year like no other. Hopefully, a year that we don't have to experience again. But I certainly do think it's been a year to celebrate, and a year to reflect on, and a year that we all will value, and think back on the great work that was done by all the great student leaders that are here today. Thanks.
All right. I know that Kelly already kind of touched on this, but I just want to recognize some of our committee chairs right now. I'll start off, I'll do the top row, and then Nate's going to do the bottom row. But Lily, I just want to congratulate you for all of the hard work that GR did this year, from getting out the vote in one of the most hotly contested national elections that we've seen in a long time, all the way up to conducting Wellness Wednesdays and getting out renters information. I just truly want to commend your committee for all of their efforts and true dedication that we saw. Natalia, to the DEI committee, this one's a little close to my heart because I got to serve on this committee this year. You know, from researching the land acknowledgement to putting out multiple surveys to sponsoring resolutions that firmly include and affirm the existence of all students on our campus, to having difficult conversations within our committee meetings. Natalia, thank you for always creating a safe space where we can all come to collaborate together. And then Andrew, thank you so much for the work that you and your committee have done that is so important, but it is often unrecognized and underappreciated. I just want to appreciate you right now and all of the work that your committee does, because truly SGA would not be as equitable, it would not be as inclusive, it would not be as understandable, I guess, if that's a word to use in this context, if it weren't for the committee or the work of your committee and yourself. So thank you so much for those project-based committees this year.
And then I'll take over for the next couple. So yeah, I'll handle the finance committee. So Carissa, thank you for a really weird year to be travel chair when there is not a lot of travel happening. But I really appreciate the enthusiasm that you met everything with. I think that for the projects that you were really able to enact, they were really beneficial and really awesome. I know that like the sports club funding day that you and your members enjoyed. And so thank you so much for taking on the effort and really leading that group. I'm going to jump over to Sarah, who also had a hard year because there's not a lot happening on campus this year. But Sarah, I think one thing that you should really be commended for is your work on outreach and individual like times to like check in with students. I know that the student groups you met with really appreciate that. That's really awesome. And I hope we see that initiative continue into the future. So thank you for taking the time to really meet one-on-one with a lot of people. That obviously means a lot to them. And then Madison, thank you for having one of the probably the hardest years to be privileged to be chair. I do not know how I would have gotten through any of those budget cut things without you. So thank you for your leadership in tackling what is clearly a huge challenge. So all of you, even though I didn't get to talk about all the chairs, Maggie and I split that, I just want to let all 6 of you know that I'm so appreciative of the work that you did and so glad that you were members of my team this year. So thank you all for your work. And then Ashton's going to take actually the independent positions.
Okie dokie. Perfect. So I will go just across the row. I got to know Alan his freshman year, and like it was obvious from the start that he was going to do something big in SGA. And I think his leadership in whatever form, you know, as a member of Senate, as treasurer, has been really influential to SGA. And I think I personally learned a lot from him, just, you know, tackling a problem head on, you know, staying true to the mission of SGA, taking care of students. So I appreciate that about him. And I know this year has been especially tough. And I think, you know, Alan's got the grace to handle it. And we appreciate what he does. Hannah Heatherman. Hannah and I got pretty close last year on leadership, and it's been awesome watching her progression through SGA. And I know, everyone says it, but there are few people who care about student government, who care about the students as much as Hannah. And I know there's been challenges, but I think, you know, what a perfect ending to tie it up, inspire the next generation. But, you know, Hannah's been inspiring us all for a few years now. So thank you, Hannah. Megan, again, it's been awesome watching you go from intern to intern coordinator and to really bring up, you know, that next group of students. It's been great to watch, you know, the care you've taken and the dedication you've had, especially through COVID, on making sure that we're engaging students and keeping them interested in SGA. And I think, you know, with both intern coordinators, you know, you're inspiring the freshmen, but I think, you know, it's always a good reminder, and it's always fun to come talk to the interns and get excited about SGA again. Trey, I know elections can really suck. You took on a job that few people in SGA want, and I think honestly few of us could do. It's a tough job to tackle, especially every year with the changes going on in elections, the passions that go along with elections. You handled it with grace. You've really taken up the mantle and continued on, you know, the amazing work from Kristen, from Haley, and just continuing improving our election system and making sure that it's a positive part of our year. Michael, it's been amazing. It's been a ton of fun working with you. Your care and your attention to detail, I think has really helped drive SGA forward. I know just our leadership team could not function without you. So thank you for keeping us grounded and keeping us focused. And Marissa, again, a tough year with COVID, but I think, you know, our communications has been as strong as ever. The dedication to all three branches and to, you know, keeping students engaged with all the work we've been doing. You know, it's been hard that we haven't been in person, but I feel like the connections we're making with students are just as strong, if not stronger. So thank you for all of your hard work.
With that, we are now going to transition into presentation of awards for tonight. So our first award will be led by Hannah Heatherman for Intern of the Year.
Great. So as you guys just heard, I had the privilege this year of working with all of our interns, but especially those that advanced into phase 2 of the intern program. And right from the start, we introduced a fun privilege fee project. Might not be fun to everybody, but very fun to me. And I hope fun to some of the interns. But they were given kind of the same scenario that our SGA leaders, Nate, Madison, Tell, were given, and they had a build your own privilege fee project. And I was very excited about it. And right off the bat, I had one intern who was really challenging my rhetoric on this project. Constantly asking questions, constantly questioning that if we've done everything perfectly in the past, then shouldn't it be exactly the same? You guys are more qualified than we are. And I was like, oh boy, this intern is he's going to ask the hard questions always, which is something I appreciated about him right off the bat. And then immediately after that, started really diving deep into his membership on the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, was presenting legislation, asking to carry legislation, just took tons of initiative from the start. I'm very proud of this intern, and I'm happy to congratulate him with Intern of the Year, and that is RJ Solomon.
Okay, tonight I get the honor and privilege of announcing Senator of the Year. Michael, sit on your hands. Anywho, the Senator of the Year this year is a person who I would describe first and foremost as passionate. This person exudes passion in everything that they do, whether it's in conversation, whether it's in the legislation that they write, whether it's from the multiple meetings and things that they attend. This person is someone who works countless hours in their free time that no one really ever knows about. This is someone who is willing to change their mind after they hear new information in order to adjust how they best represent students. This is someone who is a friend to all who come in contact with them, who is always willing to listen to the voices of anyone who shares with them. It's someone who I'm proud to call my friend and my, how do I put this, bonus office mate, and it is Blake Phillips. Okay. I also get to announce committee of the year. So yay, I forgot about that. Okay, the committee of the year this year, again, a lot of the same qualities that I used to describe Blake. Passionate, involved, willing to go the extra mile, creative and unique in the way that they handle challenges and the way that they accept hardship. In their application, they mentioned that all of this extra work was being put on their laps, and each member of this committee was willing to hop up and say, yes, bring on the work, bring on the work. And they did it with dignity and with their heads held high. This committee is also a committee who I would describe as being willing to change their mind and listen to student input, no matter what the situation is. I honestly don't know how this committee did it this year, and I am so proud of them and the work that they have done. And that committee is the Privilege Fee Committee.
Wow, so good to be here in person. But there are so many, I think, cabinet members who would be deserving of this award. But there's one person in particular this year, I think, who's made a world of difference in advocating for our students and really taking a lot of responsibility upon themselves in areas that maybe might go unaddressed if they hadn't done otherwise. I remember when this individual applied to cabinet last year, I think she was, anyway, well, she was just too good in I can't remember if she was looking at something legislatively, and there was so much that we had to wrestle with between branches to really get her on our team, because we knew that she would be the perfect again advocate for students that she became. So without further ado, the individual who has done so much work on behalf of our student body is Sarah Haggard. Okay. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, I think this is me. Is this hopefully okay? Yeah, so it's been a wild year for our branch. We had the code revision. We had a lot of interesting and challenging cases. So it was hard to pick because we've had a lot of members who have stepped up to the plate when they've needed to, who have brought, valuable insight to our branch. And I think it takes a special kind of person to be able to put in that work and get no recognition for it. Because when we're getting no recognition, we're not getting in trouble. But these people are improving. Keep talking. Okay, so with that, we've just had amazing leadership. So we picked two people because we couldn't decide because they're so amazing. So Adam and Grace, first of all, yes, we should probably take better pictures, but these are fun. They're more judicial. So I'll start off with Adam. I've gone through judicial with Adam, and I have learned an amazing amount from him, just the way that, you know, he analyzes and thinks about problems, but also the other side of it, how he works so well in a team, how he's considerate, how he really makes sure that everyone's on the same page, you know, at the same place. Adam has, you know, steered our student review board through a challenging year, but, you know, always with grace, always with focus. And he's just someone that we have been able to rely on really, really well and throughout this year. So Adam, thank you. Grace, I know tribunal this year has been a challenge, not only with that, you really stepped up, especially during our code revision. Grace too has been, I've gone through judicial with her as well. And the way she thinks about problems and considers problems is just is unique and really valuable to the branch. Her help with our code revision was extremely valuable. She drove our process forward. She made sure that, you know, conversations continued, that people stayed engaged, and then she handled challenging tribunal cases with really, really great thought and really valuable perspective. So thank you, Grace and Adam, for not only what you've taught me over the years, but for your contributions and, you know, dedication to students and campus climate. I like the pictures. These are cool.
Awesome. So I have the pleasure of announcing the last few awards. So we're starting with the Susan M. Scott Outstanding Female Leader Award. I wish I could tell you who Susan M. Scott is, but I do not know. So it's a kind of an old traditional award. But this award goes to a woman who is like a role model for others in government and politics. And the winner of this award this year is someone who has truly gone above and beyond the call of duty this year. I think that they have constantly like not only been like hungry for more work and picking like for more things to do throughout the year, but they have also like produced like extremely like not only high quality work, but I think that their interactions with others are just something to truly be commended for their ability to navigate like sometimes really tough and really difficult conversations. So without any further ado, I'm very pleased to give this award to Ms. Madison. The next award is the SGA Outstanding Achievement Award. So this award can almost be thought of as like a lifetime achievement award. It's in the sense of, it's not just maybe what you've done this year, but in your overall career in SGA. And the winner of this award this year, I think is really important because they are constantly doing stuff. I mean, I have interacted with them so much. And I think about all the times that they have helped me and assisted me on a variety of things. But I think the really critical piece is that it's not just been me that they've like helped and assisted. It has been not contained to any one specific branch. They are always doing work that is helping everyone. And every time they see a need, they fill that need. So without any ado for this one, this award is going to Mr. Andrew Green. We have two more and then we're done. So next up is the Pat J. Bosco Outstanding Partner Award. This award is named after Dr. Pat Bosco. For those who don't know, not only was he in student government when he was an undergraduate, but throughout his tenure at K-State, he continued to advise SGA in a number of capacities. So this award goes to a campus partner of some kind who has really assisted us throughout the year. And the winner of this award this year is someone that I have not known for a super long time, but they have been so helpful throughout so many different circumstances. And I am so fortunate that they've assisted us in the way that they have for this past year. I'm really hopeful that they'll continue to assist us in the future because they are just so excellent. If you haven't gotten the chance to meet them, I would highly encourage you to do so. So the Pat J. Bosco Outstanding Partner Award is going to the Privilege Fee Committee Advisor, Jennifer. I know Jen's on the Zoom call, and Jen, I just want you to know that Madison just stood up in the back of the room and gave a standing ovation. So with that, we're moving on to. Oh,
Thank you very much. I was very surprised, so I really appreciate that.
Next up is the final award of the night. And so this is a brand new award this year. This came from conversations with the Senate Executive Committee. And I'm very excited to have this one become a tradition for the coming years as well. So this is the Bernard Franklin Outstanding Advocate Award. For those who aren't aware, Bernard Franklin was actually the first Black student body president that we had on campus. He was elected in the 70s. And the coolest part about his story is that he won on a write-in campaign.
Yeah.
How is that not the most awesome thing you've ever heard? But so Dr. Franklin, I think like for those of you who've ever heard him speak, he is like an incredible figure and he is so inspiring. And then so this year we decided to name an award after him, specifically for students who not only advocate for others on our campus, but particularly go out of their way to advocate for maybe like underrepresented student groups who might not always have a seat at the table. So this award is inaugural this year, which is the really exciting part about it. And I think that it's just really awesome because actually I contacted Dr. Franklin when we were discussing naming this award after him. And the one thing that he like really shared and wanted to impart on me is that he did not get to where he was like in his entire career, let alone, his position as student body president without the support of so many others. He wanted me to like really emphasize that, like we are only get to where we are because of our connections and relationships with others. And I think that the person who's the winner of this award this year really like emphasizes that. I think this person is someone who most of us have interacted with, and I think that they're a good friend to all who gets to know them. So with no further ado, I'm very happy to announce that the inaugural Bernard Franklin Award goes to a Mr. Vedant Kulkarni. So with that now concludes our already like programming for our banquet portion this evening. However, since we have all the branches together, kind of in the interest of keeping everyone as a group, we'll be moving into senior speeches, which is a tradition that we do where we allow seniors to kind of address the body. So I know that those of us in the Senate want to get to the agenda, but the agenda is long and I don't think the other branches would stick around with us to see them. And so to include everyone, we're going to move into speeches now. I currently only have, I believe, 6 or 7 people lined up to give a speech at this time. If you are leaving student government this year and would like to address the body, please direct message me right now so I can work you into the order. If not, we'll just keep going on with people. But so the first person that I have on order to go is Carissa Jonak is the first one. So Carissa, if you want to take the floor, Maggie, if you want to, we don't have to screen share anymore. And we can just move to speeches for people. So Carissa, if you want to go first, you can have the floor.
Sure. Hey guys. So I'm Carissa, I'm the travel allocations chair this year. This is my 3rd year in SGA. I didn't write a speech, so I don't think this will be too long. I just kind of wanted to talk a little bit. So my first kind of shout out, I want it to go to Nathan Bothwell. Nathan was in my first, we talked about it today, was in my first class at K-State in honors public speaking of all things at 8:30 in the morning, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So I've known Nathan for a very long time, and Nathan and both my now best friend and roommate, Sarah Pelton, were the reason that I joined SGA in the first place. And I was lucky enough to have Nathan as my intern coordinator. So that was really exciting. I think the best advice that I want to give younger classmen is that honestly, you never know what something is going to become. I think joining SGA, I joined it to be with Sarah and some of my other friends, and I ended up meeting my now very long-term boyfriend in the intern class, and now I'm a committee chair, which I never imagined happening as an intern. And while this has been the craziest, weirdest year, and I'm so sad I didn't get to know more of you better, I've just loved getting to be more involved in SGA as a leadership member this year. And my biggest message is just to get more involved. Obviously you're here, so I'm so proud of you for being involved even virtually. through SGA, but when the opportunity comes up to join other groups, it's okay to be busy. I'm pre-med and I'm busy all of the time, and it's terrible and great at the same time. So you never know what something will become. And my advice to you is to just take every opportunity that comes your way. So that's all I have to say. Thank you guys.
Awesome, thank you. I'm gonna skip around the order that I have right now because I've been informed that judicial actually has a hearing at 8. So Ashton did want to give a senior speech. So I'm gonna jump to Ashton right now, actually. You can have the floor.
Okay, I'll be speedy. I don't have much wisdom because at this point in my college experience, I've got like one brain cell rattling around in there. But it's been fun being in judicial because I feel like, you know, we get to kind of observe SJ from afar. And I think, you know, we're like more analytical. So I think just looking at our role as a branch and what we do, it's interesting seeing how it all interacts. And I know that there are challenges and differences, especially in an organization with people passionate enough to dedicate this amount of time to what they do. And I think if I have any wisdom, it's that the potential is the most important thing of any work you do. You know, every institution you're at, every organization you're with will always have its flaws, but I think especially with K-State is good and it has the potential to be better. And the potential, even if it might seem small, that's all that's important. So I appreciate, you know, everyone throwing yourself into it and working towards, you know, building up a school that you can be proud of. I started another school. There was no sense of school spirit. For me, K-State was all I was looking for. It was a home. The people were kind. But, you know, I think this year, it's been amazing to see not only challenges to my way of thinking, but to be so confident that this school is in good hands, that we've got people like everyone in the Zoom that are willing to put in the work to, you know, to make K-State the place that they want it to be. So all of your work has just always inspired me and really affirmed that, you know, K-State will be all right. We're all here at the end of the day for the same reason. We're here for students. That's all it is. If I can say anything, it's don't let personal fights take precedence over your commitment that you made to students. We all took that oath. We all do that in different ways through our different branches. But at the end of the day, we are all about students. So keep working for them. You all do that so well. So I know it can get stressful and it can get tiring, but I thank everyone here for the work you do. Specifically, Andy and Laurel, advisors, you guys have put up with all of the hecticness of judicial branch. You've guided us, but you know, it can get a little rough and it can get challenging, and it can get honestly kind of dark. And sometimes only people who can talk about what you're going through with people in the branch. Andy and Laurel, you keep it light, you keep it fun, and you really have challenged me to think in new ways and to grow as a person. Let's see, Nathan, every time that you would walk into my office at like 11 p.m., I would say, well, that is the end of work tonight. We would just talk and no work would get done on any essays, but that's okay because you have taught me new things about kindness and warmth, and the most important part of an organization, which is the people. So thank you, Nathan. Your heart, your work, you have inspired me to be a better public servant. So be proud, and I can't imagine how productive I'll be next year on writing essays, but I'm late night talks. Hannah, oh my goodness. You have shown me how to be strong and how to persevere and to just always refocus on why you're here throughout everything going on. There never seemed to be any challenge that you couldn't tackle. And things always made me take a step back, but watching you lead with grace and with a passion for students, has really kind of inspired me to take things head on. So thank you, Hannah, for your leadership and for helping me grow as a person. Sadie Polson, I don't know if she's on, but Sadie owes me a trip to JP's, and I will hold her to that. But Sadie was one of the reasons I stuck around in SGA and has always reignited my passion for working for students and for K-State. And for the Denham Dynasty, Peter Moyer. Peter has taught me a lot about judicial, but he's taught me even more about life. Last year, things got pretty rough, and Peter was always there and always honest, which I appreciate more than anything. And Peter kept me fed. I literally had a 4-pound box of Twizzlers that I ate, and Peter used to make me dinner and bring it to me. So you could say I'm here today because of Peter Moyer. For a variety. Lane Lundeen, the kindest, most caring, most dedicated person I know. Lane brought me down to earth and again reminded me that it's the people you're with, how you interact with them, how you treat other people, and how you lead with kindness. Lane is amazing. Kimball, my favorite cat at K-State. Sorry, Willie. The hardest and kind of my induction in SJ with elections, Kristen Chow and Emily Dedivo, their leadership through that tough time and being put through the ringer, but continuing their work. Those people do not, I don't know if they deserve what they went through in SGA. I don't think they do, but I think their leadership is a reminder that they're extremely selfless. And at the end of the day, it was always about students. And I think they made sure that the election continued to be about students. And that was a tough thing to do at that time. So I appreciate them for bringing that process back to what it, to refocus it back to what it should be about, which is students. Annalie, you are going to kill it next year. Your heart, your focus, you keep it fun, but I've watched you grow in an incredible way. And I'm so excited for what you'll do with the branch. You are an incredibly strong leader, and I think judicial is ready for you next year. So that's pretty much it. I've got to go because we have a hearing, but thank you all. Have fun and
Next up for senior speeches, we have our on-campus allocations chair, Sarah Pelton, who said she's nervous to go, but
I didn't want to go first. It's okay. It'll be short.
I got to keep the order moving.
That's okay. That's okay. That's fine. All right. Hey, everybody. Really honored that I have the opportunity to address you all tonight where you don't have the option to leave. I was 100% not planning on giving a senior speech this year because look at everybody else I'm lined up with. But I wanted to leave you all with some honest advice and some points that I wish that I had learned earlier in my SGA career. My first lesson, grow a pair and grow them fast. You will need them. In my first few years in SGA, I was very intimidated to approach senior leadership and the more seasoned student senators unless they reached out to me first. Here's the hard truth for you in both SGA and in life. No one is going to hold your hand and lead you along the path to success. If you want something, work your butt off to get it or somebody else will. Go to the Senate exec meetings and ask questions, ask around and read up on legislation being introduced, especially during COVID. Making connections is more important than ever. Even the most intimidating people in Senate are still just regular people. Take it from me, interning with Tel Whitmer and Trey Coleman in Washington, D.C. this summer, and getting to know them on a different level outside of SGA is an experience that I think everyone should have and often. You'll only be in college once. Don't be afraid of what people will think of you for stepping outside of your normal boundaries. Second, I work in politics, so I'm allowed to say this. Be civil to each other. I try my best every day to see the positive in things, but I've seen a level of toxicity rise in this governing body over the last few years. I know there's an increasing political divide in our country. If you have strong feelings on a particular side of an issue, I don't think it's your job to berate those that disagree with you. I will let you in on a secret. When people are fired up about something, they often want to be listened to, not be talked over or dismissed in debate.
listen to understand. If I've learned anything in being on campus allocations committee chair this year, that's the one lesson I want to take away myself and give to you guys. Understanding someone's point of view does not obligate you to agree, but it fosters mutual respect and civility. If we want to make SGA more inclusive and increase retention, this will be the first step that we need to take. Finally, I want to wrap this up on a positive note with some recognition to those people who I look up to in both SGA and life that are here tonight. Nathan, I know you've gotten a shout out from literally everyone that's given a senior speech so far, but you are one of the best mediators that I have ever met. There's not one person at SGA that you would not reach out to find a solution to an issue. Since we were interns together, I've always loved that about you. You inspire me to be more patient with others and lead by example. Alan Hines, I don't know if you're on the call tonight, but I'm shouting you out anyway. Through our adventures in Senate and at AggieCon, you have never once failed to make me laugh about something, even if you weren't intending what you said to be funny. Your no-nonsense outlook on life always reminds me to grab life by the bootstraps and get to work. Tel Whitmer, I know I already mentioned you in this speech, but I don't think you get enough recognition for all that you do. You are hands down the most approachable person that I have ever met. You're not afraid of tackling conflict, even when you know the fight is going to be 8 versus 1 and you are the one. Serving on the campaign team with you and Lane was incredibly rewarding. Even though I got us several campaign violations on the finance reports, that's my bad. Lane and Carson, you both deserve several drinks for listening to all of my ideas on the campaign trail. Megan Splinkle, I literally could not explain to you how jazzed I was when I found out I was your mentor in SGA. You're one of the most confident women I know, and you make those around you feel appreciated and noticed. I'm so proud that I was able to influence your SGA experience, and I know you're going to accomplish great things. Last, but certainly not least, is my guy in the back, Cameron Koger. From the second I met you, your energy levels were off the charts in the best way possible. I've met only a few extroverts that I can stand hanging around, and you were definitely one of them. Never, ever lose the passion that you have for engaging others in any kind of conversation. I seriously look up to you. But yeah, I think that's it. Thanks again, guys. I really appreciate my time serving in SGA for the last 4 years, and I'm glad that I was able to share just a little few things about myself with you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next up is Madison Brown.
Hi, everyone. My name is Madison Brown. I did write that down because I just wanted to introduce myself. I don't know. I first just wanted to say thank you to all of SGA this year regarding Privilege Fee. I know everything was crazy, but your trust and support was really helpful in such a hectic year. And I really appreciate that you were also flexible with all the changes that were made this year. So to start, I am the last class that held the old intern program. So essentially, this was an intern program that was exclusive where you had to apply, interview, and then you could be an intern and do all the things that the current SGA interns do. So I came to K-State and I wanted to be involved in 2 things. I wanted to be an SGA intern and I wanted to be in Quest. And I got denied from both. And that wasn't fun because I really wanted to be involved in these organizations, specifically SGA. And then it felt like this door was closed and it was so hard to get involved because everyone knew all this background SGA info that I didn't. I used to go to Senate and sit in the back and pretend like I knew what I was doing, when in reality I had no clue and I wanted to be involved so badly. But then my friend Avery asked me if I wanted to fill an at-large position on travel, and I said, what's an at-large position? But I did, and I absolutely loved it. And then I went on to the AFP program, which is essentially a trial run of the current intern program. So my first piece of advice or whatever is if there's someone who shows interest in SGA, reach out to them and be their friend. This room and org can be very intimidating, where people dress up for meetings and use fancy par law terms and talk about budgets and things that I didn't understand at all from the outside. So if you can be there and be someone's friend, that helps a lot. Also, I'm here now, chair of the Privilege Fee Committee. So if you're denied from something once, try again. I know it sucks, but whether you have a position or not, you can be active in SGA if you want to. So one of the great, but also frustrating things about SGA is that you don't necessarily get a book for how to deal with every challenge you want or need to tackle. I know sometimes it feels like the changes you want to make or the issues that you have no clue where to start. That's how I felt my first year in Senate, and I don't think I tackled those problems I wanted to simply because I was scared and I didn't know where to begin. But starting conversations and mentioning it to others is your best place to start. If you keep your concerns or ideas to yourself, changes will never happen. So my second thing that I want to discuss is try not to become apathetic and try not to give into the bystander effect. It's super easy sitting in Senate sometimes, and trust me, like I do it a lot too, to say, oh, I don't know if I love an aspect of this bill, but I'm sure someone else will mention it if it's a big deal. That's not true, and that's why we have such a long debate and final action sometimes, is because everyone thinks that everyone else is going to ask the difficult question or be the first one to show opposition. So I would definitely recommend being that person that asks questions. The stuff we do in this room does matter, and if we aren't thinking critically about the changes we make, there can be real consequences. So to touch on a few thank yous, I want to thank Hannah Heatherman for sharing a parking pass with me sophomore year to carpool to privilege me in Senate. You're an absolutely amazing human being. You have always served as a role model to me and others, and every day you amaze me with your intelligence and talent. I'm so happy to call you my best friend. To Sadie, who always encouraged me with a bright light in every conversation. I loved getting to work with you on Big 12 on the Hill, and I'm so glad I got to experience that with you. To Jansen, thank you encouraging me to run for vice chair my sophomore year. Even though I thought I was way too underqualified, I don't think I would have done it without you. Thank you for encouraging me and trusting me with Big 12 on the Hill. You never doubted me, and therefore I never doubted myself. And then for helping me so much with insufficient funds. Without your help, I don't know what I would have done. To Nate, who is so good at his job that I wish he was worse, so my mistakes were less noticeable. You are one of the hardest working people I know, and this year would have been hell without you. And to arguably the best vice chair of all time, Blake Phillips. Thank you for constantly being there for me to bounce my privy ideas off, for answering all of my random governing document questions, being there to help me put out last minute fires, and for being such a hard worker and good friend. Next, I want to say thank you to all the students who ever challenged me. Whether that was on UPC funding, budget cuts and privilege fee, bills we've had this year, etc. You made me a better person, and people debating and challenging one another ideas is what helps us to get the best solution for students. If I was redoing SGA right now, I would not have done everything the same, and I've definitely made mistakes. But like I said, there's no guidebook to a lot of this, and you're going to mess up. It's inevitable because no one is perfect. But I think we should remember we are all doing what we think is best for students, and together we can work together to make the best school possible for everyone. Remember that you can challenge others, but you shouldn't question their intent or passion for students because we all want what's best for K-State. We just have different ways of getting there. So thank you all. Thank you SGA for the experiences and the friends you've given me, and best of luck to all who are just starting or are already on their journey.
Next up is our intern coordinator, Hannah Heatherman.
Hey everyone, again. So I wrote this to try to keep it fast, but a year ago, I sat down at my desk to press begin meeting on the final meeting of the 2019-2020 Student Senate via Zoom. A couple weeks before that, we had a Zoom bombing incident. So I swear every time I hit start meeting was like 3 of the most anxious moments of my life. There was no gavel, no podium, no aggro, no pre-Senate huddle in the speaker's office. Just me in my childhood bedroom about to lead a virtual Senate meeting filled with a multitude of emotions, ranging from guilt, sadness, to pride, and extreme gratitude for the people in this body. That night, I addressed the Senate body for the last time as their speaker with advice that I acquired pretty immediately at the end of my time in leadership. And this evening, I do the same, but rather reflecting on my whole time in SGA. I promise to do my best to keep it short, but if I do waste your time, you know it won't be the first time, but I promise it'll be the last. So maybe it's the multitude of finance classes that I'm in this semester, but lately, as I've been reflecting about my time in Student Senate, I've been thinking a lot about it in terms of buying on margin. For those of you unfamiliar with the term, in investment management, buying on margin means that you invest using debt. And in doing so, it amplifies your gains, but it also amplifies your losses, and it can be risky. The same is true of your time in Student Senate. You can sit in one of these seats for 3 years and be a good student senator. You can attend Senate each week, every single committee meeting, be on time, and I guarantee that you'll get something out of that experience. And hopefully those who elected you benefit from that standard investment of time as well. But when you look at the people who are crazy about SGA, and I mean like those of us that are real SGA nerds, they became that way because at one time or another, they took a risk and bought into SGA on margin. It's scary, really scary to do more, especially when you don't know if anybody will notice that you did more, or when you're giving time at the expense of something else in your life. But what I have learned throughout my time is that it's in those moments that we find a way to yield the highest return. It's these moments where we make our best friends, shout out to Madison, those moments we create our longstanding memories, the most value for the students who place their trust in us. And it's in these moments when we further the extent we carry responsibility for our campus community that we develop the most as students, as leaders, and as young adults. There's dozens of individuals, like before I got up, I looked around and I was like, I could say one amazing thing about everybody in this room. So there's so many of you who have left longstanding permanent mark on my college experience, and I intend to thank each of you individually. But if I do that, this will get out of control. But I do want to give a shout out to every member of SGA who's already bought into SGA beyond what's been asked of you. Whether it's the meetings you take, the legislation you write, the research you do, I really believe that you're the unsung heroes of our organization. I know that it's easy to feel unseen and underappreciated in this work, but whether we're socially good friends or not, I want to know that I've never stopped seeing the work that you do. And you'll, and you will always have a place in my heart as like the most commendable members of this organization and the backbone of what we do. I can only hope that your time spent in that margin will lead to half of the joys that I've been given from my membership in SGA. Before I conclude, I have a few basic reminders everybody has to hit on. Hopefully they're not redundant. So the first is the 5 minutes before each meeting and the 5 minutes after are the most important minutes of any meeting. Second is every time you get your ass kicked for throwing yourself out there, read the Man in the Arena quote a few times and get ready to buckle up and do it again. Third is one of the most powerful things you can do in most organizations, and especially this one, is sit back and listen. Fourth, once you found your stride in SGA, I think one of the most important things you can do is yield the floor to younger members every chance you get. Your vice chair, your mentee, the person sitting next to you. Our organization has to live forever, and that doesn't always mean that we need to be the person up here talking. The last one is to give yourself some grace and give it to your colleagues while you're at it. So to conclude, when I joined student government, I'm shaking a little bit now because like I'm excited and nervous and sad. But I mean, I shook when I stood here. If anybody's seen my first speech in SGA, if anybody's looked back and watched it, weird people like Blake, you know that like my voice full trembled, sweat, nervous sweat, went to the bathroom to throw up twice before I got up here. And I, as a person, even almost 2 full years into my college experience, I was so unsure about everything. I was unsure about myself, what I was going to do the rest of my time in college. I didn't know what fulfilled me. I didn't know what I was good at, how to find joy from my time in college. If I was even a person I would consider myself, or if from the outside looking in, I'd consider myself even a leader, and so many more. things. And I could tell you dozens of stories about the way in which my time in SGA changed that for me. And I plan to share those stories as I've started with the interns for a long time and with my friends. But for today, I just have to say thank you to SGA and its members, all of you in this room, for restoring who I am, for teaching me to conquer my fears and to accomplish my goals. For the warmth and kindness from all of you, my colleagues, and for really teaching me to find strength, even when I struggle the most and the most vulnerable and the most uncertain about what comes next. You all in this organization will always be my favorite college investment.
Next up is our student body president, Tal Whitmer.
All right, so this is very typical me for those of you that I've worked really closely with. I wrote about half of it and ran out of time. So the other half is just like notes. So if I ramble, that's why. But anyway, 4 years ago, a self-doubting, insecure, and uncertain freshman boy was taken under the wing of his older cousin, who encouraged him to get involved in one of her favorite organizations. At that time, she saw something in him that he didn't see in himself. Sorry. She believed that he could make a difference. She believed that he had something to offer to the people around him. With her help, he applied, interviewed, and was selected to the SGA intern program at a time when he was getting rejected from other campus organizations, struggling to make new friends, failing to feel like he belonged. With her help, he finally found a place where he felt that he belonged. Thanks to her, at a time when that young man was wandering aimlessly, she gave him something to aim at. That older cousin, who many of you know, was Sadie Polson. It's likely I wouldn't have attended K-State if it wasn't for Sadie. And I looked up to her when I was in high school. I saw phenomenal experiences that she had as a student. And I knew that I wanted that. Sadie still is one of my role models. She's exactly the kind of person that I aspire to be: compassionate, committed, driven, determined, selfless, and strong. She set an example for me, one that I've tried to emulate in college. She showed me what it looked like to love and serve your neighbor. It's been the highest honor of my college career to have that opportunity in SGA to do exactly that with many of you. Lane can't be here tonight. He's in Colorado and has no service, so it's unfortunate. But from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being the perfect balance to myself. I never imagined how well we'd work together. I'll forever cherish your tender-hearted, cat-loving, green-thinking personality. Thank you for always bringing your authentic self to the table, for every hug, and for being the best partner I could have ever asked for. Carson, thank you for being the most reliable person I've ever met. When something needs done, I can rest assured that you'll carry it out on top of your insane academic responsibilities and workload. Thank you for your constant counsel, advice, and for your friendship. And to both of you, thank you for being the most trustworthy team I've ever been a part of. A year ago, after watching so many of our friends fall through the cracks, drop out, or unfortunately, an all too common occurrence, commit suicide, the unacceptable nature of these problems launched us into a race for student body president, where we campaigned on a vision of building a university-wide coalition to address some of those issues. And though that vision of making K-State better together, and through that vision of making K-State better together, we did tackle those issues head on. Through the development of UAKSU, we worked with our campus partners to bring a vital well-being platform with personalized tools and resources for students to contribute to their success. Through the implementation of Food Security Scholars Program and the work of hands down the most dedicated basic needs director in SGA history, Michael Dowd, we built a student organization that will carry forward the sustainability of adequate and basic nutritious sustenance on our campus and within our community. And through our lobbying efforts in the state legislature, we promoted, crafted, and introduced into the Kansas House of Representatives Bill 2425, seeking to better serve the students of our state by establishing a student regent member on the Kansas Board of Regents. And through so many more team efforts, from the creation of the Philanthropic Emergency Response Fund, K-State Strong last spring, to making $5 million in budget cuts to prevent increases in student fees last fall, it has been the privilege of my young adult life to work with so many of you, most of the time across differences, to accomplish many of these big things. So that brings me to Nathan. You are one of the most hardest working individuals I've ever met. And more importantly, you're a better friend. You're a leader of the highest quality. And I hope that one day I can be half the leader you are. It's been an honor to work with someone as devoted and dedicated as you are to the people around you. Thank you for your example and for your support, Nate. Madison, thank you for the debates and conversations and for always keeping an open mind. I really appreciated the issues we've wrestled with and for always bringing your best self to the table. Thank you. And I think Ron left, but Ronaldo Lopez has been my best friend throughout this year. And I'm so glad I recruited him to be in our cabinet because I don't know what I would have done this year without him. Jeff, I'm so proud of you. I actually, fun fact, I gave Jeff his campus tour his senior year of high school. And man, when he came into SGA, I knew we'd hit it off, and you've been a terrific friend and somebody I'm so pleased and blessed that I've had the chance to mentor. Maggie, your ability to empathize with people is something that I will forever aim to cultivate. And another fun fact, Maggie's mom was actually one of my preschool teachers. So bet you didn't know that, but it's been so fun to watch you grow and develop as an individual and as a leader in our organization. Sarah, you've been a fantastic motivator and friend, and I'm gonna miss your encouragement, advice, and support. Marissa, you know how to make anybody's day brighter with your smile, and I'm so glad that we've been able to develop our friendship throughout this year and throughout our time together in SGA. And Ashton, I wish he was here as well, but I've never met someone so able to intellectually stimulate a person, and her brain is truly a resource that I wish I had. Annalise' warmth and genuineness is something I will miss. To all of our cabinet members, I'm so thankful for your service to our student body. And one thing I know Lane and I tried to do was to give you as much space to pursue those things that you're passionate about, and to give you the resources to do that. So thank you for your service. Hannah, gosh, come full circle. I remember giving a speech in support of Hannah when she ran for speaker. Did not anticipate competing against her ever, but in my mind, I wanted to say you're a worthy opponent, but that sounds really bad. But I am just so, again, just pleased to be able to work with someone as committed and devoted as you are and hardworking as you are. Booz, I had to include you in here because Booz and I had a little bit of a rough working relationship as committee chairs. I didn't always, surprised, get my legislation turned in on time. And if there's one thing Booz likes is order and organization. Anyway, you deserve much more credit than you get, sir. And I wanted to thank you for everything you do for organization. You do way more work behind the scenes than most people realize, and you deserve much more credit than you get. So thank you, Booz, for your work. I was so lucky to inherit a great starting place during my term from Jansen Penny. So I'd be remiss not to thank him. And I'm lucky to have him as a resource this year throughout my term to go to, being that he's still a student this year. So I wanted to thank Jansen. I wanted to thank President Myers, and he's not here. And I know many of you have mixed feelings about that man, and you should. I mean, he is a person and a leader, and leaders are meant to be criticized. But that man I greatly admire more than most anyone I've worked with because of his efforts. And I've been able to communicate with him and work with him closely this year. And that man has a far bigger heart than he leads on to believe. Dr. Lane, you made my job easy. I've talked to ex-student body presidents when their experience, they don't always have administrators that they can trust and trust that they have the best interests of students at heart. And so, Dr. Lane, you made my job easy. I've never questioned that you knew what was best for students. So thank you for your mentorship. And so all of those people, all the people I've mentioned, all the people I've worked with have really led me to just the one piece of advice I want to leave, which is that we cannot do big things like we've been able to accomplish with all of you I've mentioned. All those team efforts and those projects that we develop, we can't do those things if we hate each other. And one thing I think we all can do a better job of, myself included, is learn to disagree more and disagree better. And I know Sarah talked about civility. I almost despise using the word civility because it's like it brings up a connotation of mushiness. And we should wrestle. We should wrestle with really hard issues and tough problems, because there's no shortage of problems. But we should always come to the table and come ready to start a dialogue with the understanding and the assumption that the person across from us has the best interests, our best interests, and the best interests of each other in mind. Because we cannot get anywhere if we just assume that the person across from us harbors bad faith. So that's one thing I want to leave you with. I think too often today, and this isn't an SGA problem, this is a cultural issue, we develop and get into a framework of seeing our fellow citizens as good versus evil, or just black and white. And that is not the way the world works. There's gray everywhere. And you see this on the right, and we see this on the right a lot at K-State, and we also see it on the left nationally. And any movement, anything that is purely assigning a moral value on a person based on the group that they're a part of, I think is just something we should be weary to be a part of. We all need tribes. We're tribal people. I'm an anthropology minor. We spent a lot of time studying that, but we need less anti-tribes. We cannot keep getting into these tribes based on what, or defined on what we hate and what we're against. We should seek to find more common ground with each other and seek to build more positive tribes with each other. So Michael, I'm confident that you and Cameron will accomplish much more and continue the betterment of our student body. I'm so proud of you and what you've accomplished. I would trust you with my life. You're a great friend, and so excited to see what you accomplish. Cameron, you are a tabling king. You're an includer, and I'm gonna miss you, man. Thank you for everything you've done for me and for our cabinet and for the executive branch this year. You're an incredibly hard worker, and I'm so proud of what you've accomplished with Michael, and can't wait to see what you accomplish in the future. So when I came here, it really is the people, all the people I've mentioned, Nathan, Madison, Cameron, everyone else involved. it's you who make this organization what it is and have made me during my last 4 years want to come back seeking more and more. So never lose sight of that. Keep developing relationships with each other. Okay, and then just the last thing, I've spoken way too long, but I want to leave. I would not be doing a politician's job if I did not leave you with a quote. So this is from one of my favorite, perhaps one of the best speeches of all time, and from one of my personal heroes, Bobby Kennedy, after he was in Indianapolis and gave an entire extemporaneous speech after the death of Martin Luther King Jr. He said, what we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence or lawlessness, but love and wisdom and compassion toward one another, and a feeling of justice toward those who still suffer within our country. And he said, let us dedicate ourselves to what the Greeks wrote so many years ago, to tame the savages of man and to make gentle the life of this world. We can all try and heal our divisions in some way, lessen the hate, the tribalness, and to increase our wisdom and understanding, and always show a little bit more compassion toward one another. And like the Greeks so many years ago, we can try to make the world a little less savage and a little more gentle. Thank you.
So I didn't get any DMs, so I guess it's me, and I'm the last one, and I saved myself for last because, like Tell, I also did not finish and just switched an outline, but when I printed out my Word document, it was at 2,500 words. So please bear with me. I had a lot of thoughts that I wanted to say. So I guess to start with, though, I have been anticipating giving my senior speech for a very long time. Some of the senior speeches that I have watched over the years in SGA have been incredibly memorable and contain pieces of advice that I carried into my own leadership roles later in the future. Tonight, I don't think I have anything super revolutionary to say, but I wanted to offer the perspective of one senior who's looking back and basically give what is one final piece of advice before I leave SGA for good. So for those who aren't aware, I am absolutely obsessed with the television show Parks and Recreation. Not only do I feel that Leslie Knope, the main character, is my spirit animal, but I absolutely love the show's underlying message about the good work that government can do. As a political science major, I'm personally a very strong believer in people and in government. I think that even when politics is messy, I find myself drawn back to that work that's focused on public service and the betterment of our society. That main sentiment that I love is summed up incredibly well in the series finale of Parks and Recreation. When Leslie says, what is my absolutely favorite quote about government, which you'll notice is conveniently our quote of the week this week. I have been saving it for a very long time. And she says, we don't do public service because it's sexy. We do it to get the chance to work hard at work worth doing alongside a team of people that we love. And I can't think of a simpler or more beautiful quote to summarize my own time in student government. And tonight, I just want to break that quote down and explain why it resonates so strongly with me. So the first part is that public service isn't sexy. I think this is a good lesson to learn while you're young, and it's good to learn it fast. People who know me know that I preach about how much I love SGA, but I need to be very clear. There are days where SGA is absolutely miserable. Whether it's long meetings that don't feel productive or really hurtful comments that people make about you, if you care about SGA, there will be days that leave you feeling angry, upset, or days that send you running into your room into tears. These moments aren't fun, and they're definitely not sexy. If you plan to do work, you have to be prepared to know that there are days you will be in a bad mood. But beyond those moods, there's another part of being an SGA that is decidedly unsexy, and that is the lack of recognition. If you ever attempt to do any work in this organization because you want to build your resume or you want people to appreciate you, you will end up disappointed. There is so much work that goes into everything, hours and hours. I spend 5 hours a week just prepping for Senate in terms of like making the agenda and getting things ready. If you spend your time chasing fame or glory, you'll be too busy looking for recognition to find time to do the actual work you need to be doing to support students. Some of my favorite pieces of legislation that I have ever written were very small, incremental things that I will never be known for. I think back to a very small constitutional amendment last year that changed the way we use pronouns in the SGA governing documents. 10 years from now, not a single person is going to remember and or care about that amendment, but I can walk away knowing that I did one thing to make our organization slightly more inclusive. Not everyone is going to hold a giant leadership position or make some big monumental change, but you have to learn how to celebrate and be proud of those little human moments that do improve your lives and the lives of others. And that segues really well into the second part of that main quote. We do public service to get the chance to work hard at work worth doing. I think one major takeaway that I would tell everyone is that if you want to be successful, you have to be willing to work for it. That means putting in so much time and effort. I have had so many interns or senators over the years who proposed ideas to me only to never see any of those materialize or follow up. And why is that? Because they take work to make happen. I think people who are new to government constantly underestimate the degree of time that it will take to get literally anything done. My junior year, I created a special committee to review DPC funding regulations. That committee met for a span of 5 months, and our final changes were only 2 pieces of legislation that made some pretty minor changes to those regulations. That was the amount of time that took. The honest truth is that as long as student senate or committee meetings might go, they're often the last step in the process. Any real change that you want to make will be made through countless hours of meetings, research, discussion, and legislation writing, even before the work goes in front of any group. If you want to make a change happen on this campus, you have to be willing to put in the time and effort to make that change happen. And that change is worth it, by the way. This is work worth doing. I recall a conversation that I had last year with Blake Phillips when he was an intern, and he was serving on the Educational Opportunity Fund Committee. And Blake told me, Nate, he was struggling to make decisions because he had to decide between funding a number of graduate assistantship positions or money to scholarships for students with disabilities, and they didn't have enough money to fund all of them. And I remember looking Blake in the eye and saying, this is why we're here. We have to make the hard decisions that no one else will. The work that Blake was doing at that time could have made a very real ability in someone's, could have made a very real difference in someone's ability to remain a student at K-State. And decisions like that are happening all the time across our organization. This year alone, we voted on budget cuts that impacted dozens of student salaries and jobs. We voted on Title IX regulations. We advocated for student mental health days and got that one. And we pushed university administration to continue to improve their action plan to make KSU a more inclusive and welcoming place. This work matters. It's sometimes hard to see it when you are caught up in the bureaucracy or the procedure, but we do our work to leave our campus better than we found it and to improve the lives of the students who come after us. But it's the last part of Leslie Knope's quote that gets me. We do it alongside a team of people that we love. I cannot tell you about all the relationships I made in SGA over the years and about the number of friendships that it has caused for me, but I would argue that they have changed my life. So for the last part of the speech, this will be really long because unlike others, I am naming a lot of people individually. I'm going to recognize that team of people that I love. So the first people that I want to talk about was the people that I hung out with for my freshman and sophomore year in SGA. It was a mix of people who are in my intern class and who are senators. We used to go to Fuzzy's Tacos every Thursday night after Student Senate. Rest in peace, Fuzzy's, they're no longer open. But so I want to start with the person who got me started in SGA, Emma D. Moranville. She went to my high school and she told me that there was this really cool program that I would love. She got me into SGA and she never lost faith in me. To Faith Tuttle, who, if you have never met her, she was a legislative director. She is like one of the most badass women in government you will ever meet. To Saiba Grover, who is one of the most resilient and inspiring people that I have ever met as well. To Nathan King, who is such a handful, but he was always willing to speak up for what he believed in. To Natalie Jabin, who was the opposite and was one of the most chill people that I've ever met and could make literally any situation fun. And to Nick Keckley, who was a great mind and intellectual. My sophomore year, I served as a student senator and as an intern coordinator, and there's people from that year I'd like to recognize. And the first person is Ryan Kelly, who saw something in me and selecting me for intern coordinator. Selecting me for this position changed not just my SGA path, but my entire career trajectory. And I'm so grateful to him for that chance. Ryan taught me more about leadership than I think he knows. Josh Arnoldi, who was Speaker Pro Tem that year, was incredibly caring and thoughtful. And at the very end of that year, as I was coming off of intern coordinator, did everything that he could possibly do to set me up for success in that future role. To Shelby Carpenter, who's a former Senate Ops chair, who is one of the gentlest people you'll ever know. And she gave my favorite senior speech that I've ever seen, which was a piece of advice that Hannah mentioned earlier, and that is that you need to show yourself grace and so show others grace. To Emily Dedevo, who was deputy AG that year, one of the sharpest minds I have ever met. She's going to kill it as a lawyer. She's at Vanderbilt now. And she's someone who I actually didn't even know her that well that year, but she was so warm that I would consider her a close friend. And then Kristen Shao that year, who always believed in me, even during the times I didn't believe in myself. No one else has been burned more than her, but she continued to find a way to get involved and to support students. But the real stars of my sophomore year were obviously my intern class, who mean more to me than they could ever possibly know. Creighton, I will never forget that text conversation that we have. And I want you to know that ever since I've admired you and your honesty since that moment. Lily, you are always a delight. You are one of the most capable leaders I've ever met. And I can't think of anyone who better exemplifies leading by example for others. To Andrew, when you were an intern, I called you a robot. But the amount of personal growth and development that I have seen over you in the years has astonished me. And I will never forget that you brought candy to your very first Senate Ops meeting that you led for your members. To Colin Heimerman, I will never forget that moment where you walked up to me and said that you saw me as a role model, because it was one of the first times I felt I'd ever been seen that way. To Jackson Willis and Alan Hines, how fortunate am I to get to work with you so much over the years. And I remember that summer telling both of you that you needed to join SGA. To Marissa Lux, your energy is infectious. You have never failed to liven me up in any moment. To Trey Coleman, who is always so calm, cool-headed in like any circumstance, I just admire that about you so much. To Anna Lee, who is so vivacious and like has no filter. We did an activity at my very first intern program meeting where I said, what like is something you would want to improve on this campus? And Anna Lee literally went, menstrual products for women, in front of a whole group of people. And I was shocked. And I could keep going on about literally all 50 plus of them. I just don't have enough space. I still have a lot more names to cover. Junior year, I'm skipping for a sec. So senior year, Michael Arnold, I have seen so much growth in you. You are so incredible and have become so knowledgeable, and I have come to rely on you so much this year. And I cannot wait to see what you're going to do next. To Blake Phillips, you rock. You are also an SGA nerd. Please go do something else with your time sometimes. Natalia Rodriguez has a bigger heart than anyone I know, but I also would like to say that she is one of the hungriest people that I know. She is always looking for more and always looking for ways to improve, and I admire that about her so much. To Josh Diaz de Leon, who I remember when you visited when I was intern coordinator, and about how I told you there was this really awesome organization called SGA. I just think you are so fun, so talented, and I cannot wait to see where you're going to go as well. To Madison Brown, I am so glad that our friendship has developed over the years. I'm sad that it had to happen because of $4 million worth of budget cuts. But you are so thoughtful with everything that you do, and I just know that you're going to be so successful in the future. For a few short ones really quick, Ethan Brown, I am so proud of you. You brighten every moment that I'm with you. Ariana O'Donoghue, for those of you who don't know her, she is someone to watch. She is like one of the most inquisitive and fun people I've ever been around. And gosh, that girl is going places. And RJ, I'm glad that we've developed a friendship, but I'm excited to build an even better one. To Tell, I always appreciate the extreme amount of thought and consciousness you put into literally everything you do. You are also absolutely ridiculous, but there have been moments this year where I have really needed that. Thank you for your year of work and for your friendship. To Lane Lundeen, who is one of the kindest people I know, I don't know if there's anyone who's been more reliable for me. Thank you for your constant help and your guidance through not just SGA, but life. You're someone I would consider a rock, and I look to you when I need to stay grounded. And to Maggie Billman, who is one of a kind, you inspire me literally every single day because you are fearless. You are an incredible teammate, and I'm so glad I've had you by my side this year. So now I'm going to jump back a bit to my junior year, because my junior year, the SGA leadership team was probably the best team I've ever been a part of and will maybe have ever the pleasure to be a part of. I talk about it in interviews now, actually, because I just loved those people so much. So I have a bit more on each one of them. To Peter Moyer, so he was the Attorney General for 2 years in a row. There is no one like him. He is somehow incredibly smart and also incredibly oblivious at the exact same time. I will never forget the fact that he walked into my office one time and he said, "How do I have a one-on-one meeting with my judicial members?" Because he didn't know how to talk to them like they were real people. Peter was reliable, dependable, but also always told it to you straight, and he did not put up with any BS. He was someone that you could count on, though, for everything. He literally took me to a life-threatening tooth surgery that I had. What a guy. To Jansen, you amazed me every day that we worked together. You set the standard for what I thought a leader should be. You, on everything you do, go above and beyond in every possible way, even at the expense of your own time and sanity. Jansen was someone who I thought was larger than life, but was also down to earth. Jansen, I will never forget you asking me to be on your campaign team in the bowling alley of the Union. That was so weird. But the letter that you wrote me later in the year sticks out just as much. To Sadie Polson, who was my co-intern coordinator. We were like SGA, like dad and mom together that year. Her love for others is just incredible. Working with Sadie was like working with a second version of myself. She was always there and so reliable. I remember there was one time where I woke up on a Thursday and I was so sick, and like we were supposed to be in 2 different intern program meetings, and I texted her that I couldn't do it, and I don't even know what she did that night, but she like ran it on her own. It was just incredible. I could trade off work with her like no one else, or FaceTime her with absolutely no context, and then we would end up chatting for 2 hours. She has helped me grow so much professionally and personally, and always brought so much joy when she was around me. To Ollie Karmali, I have never met anyone that I've been more jealous of or wanted to be more. He is like the coolest guy I know. He is one of the most high caliber, crazy intelligent, awesome leaders who simultaneously is the most chill you ever meet, and absolutely nothing flusters him whatsoever. But the thing I love about Ollie is that I will never forget how much he valued me as a person and not just as a coworker. When we were at the Big 12 conference, and that was my junior year when I was speaker pro tem, he looked at me and he said that I deserved to be speaker my senior year. During that same year, during homecoming, he looked me in my eyes and said that you deserve to have fun. I don't know that he knows how much I think about that. To Ashton Hess, who is so quiet and does her own thing a lot of the times that I don't think people really get to know her, but she's also so incredibly reliable. She will drop whatever she is doing just to take care of you. Like after when I had my life-threatening tooth surgery, she showed up with ice cream and flowers outside my door. She is so caring, so real, and so genuine. She is also one of those people who doesn't get phased very much, and I don't know how. I'll be panicking and she will always know what to say to me. She's the hardest worker, and I think the only sad thing about her being the judicial branch is she doesn't get as much recognition as she deserves. But the person that I say for last is Hannah Heatherman, who's the best person I probably ever had the chance to work with. The only reason Hannah and I talk to each other is because I thought I was going to run for speaker my junior year. And Hannah found out about that, and she sent me down here in the Union. And TBH, I think she kind of twisted my mind into me running for pro tem because she was scared of like how I would impact the election that year. Unlike Sadie, who was like working with myself, Hannah taught me what it was like to work with someone almost entirely opposite from myself. But she cared about me so much. It was about a month into the school year, and I was stressed and dealing with a lot. And she sat me down and said that, yes, I care about you because of SGA, but we need to be friends outside of SGA too. We are going to go to dinner together, and you are going to bring 3 things that you want to work on yourself personally this year. And we're not going to talk about SGA the whole time. Hannah, you constantly pushed me to where I needed to be. You are probably one of the best things that happened to me in college, and I will cherish our friendship for the rest of my life. So as you move forward in your SGA career, I would encourage you to think about why you're here. Not to beat a dead horse, but I'll read the quote for you one last time. Why are we here? We don't do public service because it's sexy. We do it to get the chance to work hard at work worth doing alongside a team of people that we love. Now go find your team. So that concludes everything that's non-business related tonight. In the interest of giving everyone a break, since we've already been here a couple hours and since we have some other guests and stuff on, would people be okay with a 5-minute recess and then starting the full agenda at 9 p.m.? Okay, if that's the case, we'll take slightly more than 5 minutes and get back. Thank you, everyone. I hope that you all had a good time with our kind of end of year traditions before our final Senate.
Yes, I'll be talking to Ruth. Yeah. I think, you know, I know, but like, how do I? This is probably gonna be. Yeah, no, it's definitely not for everyone. Last year it was part of it. Thank you. I think it was I was like, not looking, and then and the dog started laughing. I'm like, and yeah, that's awesome. Like, wow. He's like White House now. Yeah. Like, I got shocked. It was like a inside the like. I didn't realize. I didn't want to say like because like my brain. Honestly, probably not happening.
If everyone could start finding their seats, we're gonna go ahead and resume because I want to be conscious of time since we already took a lot, but the last Senate always goes long, so. We're just gonna, actually, we're gonna start at the actual meeting since we never technically called it to order. And the only reason why I want to do roll call now is I have concerns about quorum. So I do want to actually do a roll call right now just to make sure that we have enough people. So with that, I will go ahead and call this meeting of Student Senate to order. I will forgo the Pledge of Allegiance right now, just in the interest of time, and we're so used to not doing it this year. But for the land acknowledgement, I want to begin our Student Senate meeting taking place on Thursday, April 1st, 2021 with the land acknowledgement. We recognize that Kansas State University as the first land grant institution stands on the ancestral lands of the Kaw people. Our state of Kansas is the home of 4 federally recognized Native nations, the Iowa, Kickapoo, Prairie Band Potawatomi, and Sac and Fox. We must remember that the land serving as the foundation for this institution was and still is stolen land acquired by white settlers, and we pledge our commitment to creating decolonized spaces at the university while advocating for the support and future success of Indigenous faculty, staff, and students. So I just want, I'll turn over to Maggie for roll call right now, because yeah, I do just want to do it just to know that we have people here.
Atchison.
Here.
Bain.
Here.
Sorry, I need to scoot over my chat so I can see that. Bellamy.
Here.
Booth.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Bruce. Brummett. Burke. Carr. Clements. Colburn.
Here.
Cone,
Here.
Crosslow, Diaz de Leon,
Here.
Dillaboo,
Here.
Doc,
Here.
Dunlap, Frederick,
Here.
Glasscock,
Here.
Grills,
Here.
Gromez,
Here.
Hamlin, Harmon,
Here.
Hurd,
Here.
Heimerman,
Here.
Hutchings,
Here.
Jambunathan,
Here.
James Rose, Kidd,
Here.
Cruzen,
Here.
Levi, Manners,
Here.
McKee. Thank you. Muthu Kumar. Thank you. Noel. Nunning.
Here.
Phillips.
Here.
Panikatu. Thank you. Porter. Purdy. Richenberg.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Rossi. Salmon.
Here.
Shunjay. Snyder Ben.
Here.
Snyder Blaine.
Here.
Bonts. Bulgamore.
Here.
Wallace. Ward. Oh, thank you. Wells. Thank you. Willis Jackson.
Here.
Willis Reese. All right, and then Windholtz is excused. Is there anyone whose name I did not call? Okay, that sticks us at 38 present and 5 excused.
Yeah, so just a reminder, we can't have quorum fall below, I guess it'd be like right around 30 basically. So I understand that that it's late and we're going to go late tonight. But if you're going to leave, like if we ever fall below 30, we can't continue on with our business. And since this is our last meeting and we have some critical things, I'd really ask that everyone try to participate and engage as much as possible. And please also try to be expedient, like with any debate or like points that you bring up, just try to be really conscientious of that time since we are starting so late tonight. So with that, I'm going to skip over first open period since what we had scheduled during there, we already took care of. So we'll move into approval of the minutes. The minutes were distributed last Friday. Are there any changes or corrections to the last meeting minutes? If there are none, I will seek a motion to approve the minutes. It was moved by Atchison and seconded by Glasscock. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none, we'll move into announcements for tonight. So again, reminder that tonight is the last night of the 2020-2021 KSU SGA term. Thank you to everyone for their service this year, the weirdest and strangest of years. If you will be serving in an SGA capacity next year, you'll still have like Senate next week. That'll be the swearing in of all the new positions, like senators, SPP, SPVP. But if not, and you're like done with SGA, tonight is your last meeting. So really crazy. New senator orientation, our next one will be on Thursday, April 8th in room 1088 of the College of Business building. Those details will again be sent out, and hybrid Senate will follow in the College of Business building again next week for the first Senate of the term. SGA t-shirts are coming, whether you're new or old in SGA. So whether you're leaving or want a new one as you get started, they'll be $10 and sourced locally. Parliamentarian Arnold is overseeing all of those. So he'd be the person to reach out to, and his contact information is on the agenda. For our next announcement, the City of Manhattan is actually, I'm kind of following up to some announcements that some like directors have given within the past few weeks. They're doing this new project called Crossroads MHK, and where they're really trying to like prioritize specific city services and stuff like that. There is a survey right now that they asked for as many students as possible to please fill out. If you're here right now, I would encourage you to take some time to fill out that survey from them, just so that way we can provide feedback and input on what students want in the near future. A variety of applications are live. I do want to let people know though that the chief of staff application does close tonight at midnight if you have any interest in being the chief of staff for the cabinet next year. And then the judicial branch application, which I sent out already, has closed as of this time for next year. But that still leaves the Senate Executive Committee, so all the committee chairs for next year, as well as the parliamentarian position, the communications director, the intern coordinator, and the treasurer application. And I believe that the cabinet application will be going live probably even like tomorrow. Yeah, like by next week, it'll be open for sure. So if you're interested in cabinet for next year, be on the lookout for that as well. Proxies tonight that I have are Grolmes for Shear, Harmon for Koch, Manners for Hernandez, Ward for Carlson, and Wells for Windholtz. And then to celebrate the end of the term, we have a lot of SGA members of the week this week. First, Chair Andrew Booz for his considerable time helping the judicial branch on their bylaws revision project. Thanks for going above and beyond. Additionally, a number of Senate Operations Committee members, Colin Heimerman, Billy Croslow, and Laura Bain were all nominated for their work on different pieces of legislation within the past few weeks and going above and beyond to edit and improve the SGA governing documents. And the last one was just a big shout out to the SGA leadership team this year, Tel, Lane, Carson, myself, Maggie, Ashton, and Annalie for overseeing our organization through a really weird year. Thank you to everyone for your contributions. That's SGA Member of the Week. And then for our quote of the week this week is, we don't do public service because it's sexy. We do it to get the chance to work hard at work worth doing alongside a team of people that we love. That's from Leslie Nope in the Parks and Recreation series finale. With that, continuing on with our agenda, we have no commendations or appointments tonight, so we'll now move into committee reports. Are there any committee chairs who would like to give a report? Chair Booz, you have the floor if you'd like to come up to the podium. Oh, sorry, wait, no, Natalia was in first. I just can't read. Natalia, you're first.
Thing on my machine is the other way around.
Okay, sounds good. So I had a really, really long presentation to give about the demographic surveys pre-election and post pre-election and during the last fall, but it's literally about 60 slides. And of interest of everybody's times, I'm just gonna put it on Org Central. So if you're really interested in that, it's gonna be up there, and you can watch the different numbers between the people that we had in SGA between all three branches last fall, and then pre-elections, all the people that filled up like to run for any position in Senate or by executive branch. So, yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Are there any questions for Natalia at this time? Natalia, I also did want to add, if you wanted to send that to me, or I guess you can yourself, send that over the KSU SGA email group as well, if you just wanted to distribute it that way for everyone to see. So you can take a look at right now.
Smart. I'll do that too.
Okay, just wanted to throw that out there as an idea. Next up, Chair Booz, you have the floor next for a report.
Yeah, I just wanted to update everyone on the Senate Operations meeting last night, because we had several bills come through. We all passed them back favorably, but I did want to let you know that if you haven't taken a look thoroughly at the agenda yet, the amendment to Chapter 62, which is amending the Student Health Advisory Committee, was referred back in two different ways from Privilege Fee and Senate Operations. So that change is that Senate Operations deleted lines 130 through 141, which is the statute of limitations that Jem Parker and Lafayette Health Center wanted to add to this legislation, whereas Privilege Fee Committee did not do this. This means that Student Senate will have to vote on which version to take as the starting point for debate here. And as the chair of Senate Operations, I'd definitely prefer if you voted for option B. So, but I do think it would probably be better to debate about the reasons why we're doing that during actual debate. So,
yeah, and I'll outline the process for that when we get there.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to let everyone know that we're going to be doing that. So, other than that, like, if you got any comments on Senate Operations performance as a whole, please let me know as I'm making my transition documents now. So,
are there any questions for Chair Booz? Seeing none, thank you, Andrew, for your report. Next up, are there any other committee chairs who would like to give a report at this time? Seeing none, we'll now move into directors' reports. Are there any directors who would like to give a report tonight? Speaker Pro Tem Billman, you can have it first.
Yeah, this is super quick. Just letting you all know, Resolution 58 that passed a couple of weeks ago regarding the action plan for a more inclusive K-State was distributed earlier this week. I've received a lot of good feedback from several administrators on that, including Dr. Lane. He just mentioned in his email back to me that a lot of updates will be happening through the K-State Today. So like, for example, the selection of the student ombudsperson was announced in K-State Today earlier this week. So I encourage you all to keep your eyes peeled for that. And if you, well, no, that doesn't apply. Never mind. Yeah, just keep your eyes peeled. And if you have any specific questions about like anything, just let me know. But overall, really good feedback. Lots of people are distributing it to their staff and students. And I just want to encourage you that the work that we do does matter. So yeah, thanks.
Are there any questions for Pro Tem Billman? Seeing none, next up on reports is Elections Commissioner Trey Coleman, who raised his hand in Wildcat Chamber, for those of you who can't see it. It's a faux pas of mine, sorry. Yeah, we are.
Good evening, Student Senate. First of all, I'd just like to say it's been a pleasure to have had the opportunity to serve in this position and to serve as position, as I like to call it, as a Band-Aid elections commissioner, just because it's been a crazy year. But with that in mind, I think in the interest of time, we're just going to get into the meat of this and talk about what's going on with this report. Fortunately, this is just a very brief presentation, not the 25-page report I made. Starting off with what went well and what didn't. The outreach and cooperation with colleges was exceptional this year. And I can't thank my committee enough for the work they did to work with colleges and the housing and dining to try to make that outreach possible through emails with COVID and everything like that. And of course, adherence to rules and regulations was exceptional this year. Maybe it's because it was mostly online, but either way, that and campaign civility was just really great. We saw very few reports being made, and it just seemed like everyone was getting along and just striving to make this place a better place. Along those lines, also with the guidelines that have been made for the campaign action report and the expenses reports, those went very smoothly, little trouble along with those, going over them and just making them happen. There's definitely a lot of work that can be contributed to the campaign videos and presentations that have been made to help increase exposure, and also a work that we started talking about with intern at the time, Nick Saya, on making more platform-based campaigning. Want to give him that shout out there, as along with the distribution of roles from my election commissioner into the elections committee. Things that didn't go well, we had fewer filed candidates overall compared to last year in particular, and fewer votes by quite a bit compared to last year, but we can attribute that to a variety of reasons. As well as publicizing campaigns had less presence. We were less present on campus. I think that we can associate that, as well as a lack of knowledge of SGA's function. This is not towards members of candidates of SGA, but towards the greater body of students and just how COVID has affected SGA's presence. Going forward with that, with future opportunities, there's definitely a correlation that we've seen from the changes done with the intern program to make it more open and people that have campaigned. And that's just definitely something that should always be pursued, as well as increasing exposure for opportunities in other branches of being that large member. There's always plenty of opportunity there in the future to continue to get more people involved with SGA. Working with student organizations was something we saw this year that I think is a great thing to pursue in the future for organizing more campaign events such as debates and town halls and meet the candidates events. We've seen some of that in the past, but continuing to see more of that, I think is a great thing to strive for in the future. Improving SGA presence during enrollment and orientation is something that our committee talked about. It's something to try and increase and build that rapport early with new students coming on campus, as well as there's always more work to be done with working with colleges and housing and dining to make candidate outreach, voting outreach, and get the best we can get, basically. I had a candidate breakdown here. Our original count of candidates who had filed was 94, and our final count was 83. And in total candidacies, that's 110 original candidacies and a final of 105. And you can see some of the breakdown right there of where that was distributed. But moving forward from there, looking at the voter breakdown. Another slide, yeah. On the primary election breakdown, we had 2,190 votes for the student body president this year compared to 3,153 the year before, and 2,935 the year before that. So we saw decreases. You can see 963 between this year and last year, and 745 between this year and 2 years ago, which is unfortunate to see. But when you compare that to what we had seen with the decrease of number of students here on campus and also just the difficulties of exposure during COVID, I think it can be understood, and I'm proud of the work that was done. Moving forward with that into the general elections, we have a pretty big graphic for what all we saw for voters and votes. And just to be clear, so everyone's on the same page here. So voters is how many people voted, and votes is how many times how many votes there were. If I can make that any clearer for anyone. So that's why you see 2,492 voters, but 2,367, which means there were 2,492 people capable of voting for the president that were there, but 2,367 of them entered in votes. And we can see a breakdown of that and how that compares to previous years. We saw 1,038 less voters from this year compared to last year. We did see a slight increase in the general election between this year and 2019, keeping in mind, however, there was only one candidate in 2019. So still, moving forward, we do see decreases across the board with votes in all the different Senate positions, but we kind of sit around the same level for the rest of 2019 when it comes to voting. And so that is not a bad thing to see, despite what 2019 had brought and what COVID had brought as well. When you look at votes as well, it's pretty much the same thing as we had seen before. We saw some less, a significant drop in votes between 2019 and this year in the College of Engineering and Arts and Sciences in particular. Otherwise, generally stable around the same area, that along with health and human sciences as well. But with that, I have some recommended changes to submit, and I've submitted in my elections report that is accessible through currently head by Andrew Booz and then Speaker Bothwell as well, and you can ask me about it anytime also. But further defining 0115-D was a interesting piece of legislation that needs a particular piece of further definition about what it means to be a coordinator. And that is just, it was vaguely described, and we think there should be some good work to be done to make sure that that is clear for everyone. I entered a thing about inquiring on the elections complaint system. Essentially, there can be election complaints being made, or an election report that is made for something that is clearly not a violation, and there still has to be hearing for it. I don't think that is a bad system at the beginning to begin with. I think it makes sense, especially for things where it's in a gray area. But there are some cases, in particular, talking about submitting an elections report about if a Greek house and submitting a thing on a group me on a Greek house is a violation. No, it is not. And so there should be an inquiry on how that works and what can be done for if there needs to be hearing for any single hearing or any single report, even if it's not a violation at all. Debates in town halls, that is essentially talking about working more with different student organizations to have more debates, town halls, meet the students. I think there's great potential to pursue with that after we saw this last year. And of course, I believe it was the Honors House that used to do it. A meet and greet as well. I think there's great potential for pursuing more of that. IT collaboration. There was some difficulty with IT this year, and I couldn't have gotten through it without Kelly Ferris. But there was some difficulty with that. So making sure that IT and the elections committee and the commissioners are all on the same page, I think is absolutely essential for making these elections run well. I put the instant runoff voting as something that as Commissioner Spellman had encouraged, I will continue to encourage as well, something that we should work to implement in our election system, as well as my final one, having on our elections page on the website, having a list of filed candidates so that people can see through the entire process who has filed for which positions and where. I think that'll be beneficial for the outreach of this organization. I did have originally parting thoughts that I was going to give, but in the interest of time for everyone else, I'm going to shorten it to just some thank yous. First and foremost, to Annalie Hobbs, who was, first of all, anytime I was around her, it's like I drank 3 Red Bulls. She energized me and helped keep me going and was my partner in crime through this entire process. And I could not have done it without her. And also to the rest of my elections committee, that's Matthew Swords, Sarah Haggard, Jessica Hutchings, Ashlyn Gillespie, as well as Kathleen Cowell. Their work, while sometimes it might have seemed menial to them, was absolutely essential. I could not have gotten it done without them. Kelly, you were a godsend throughout this entire process. You were absolutely vital to me in the work that we had to do, and definitely helped keep my head on straight through the entire process. And I also want to thank the candidates. All of you did excellent jobs with your campaign, and any of the outreach, any of the votes that were made could not have been done without your work. And finally, my last thank you, I don't think she is here to watch it, but I just want to say it anyways, to someone who is my mentor throughout this entire process and who I looked up to as I sought to do this position, and that was Haley Spellman, the commissioner before me. Without her advice throughout this entire process and before, I couldn't have gotten this done. So it's been an honor to serve in this position. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of the work we got done. I look forward to what future years will bring.
And the report that Trey mentioned was distributed with the agenda, so everyone should have access to it if they'd like to read anything in more detail about what he covered. Are there any further directors who would like to give a report tonight? Student Body President-elect Dowd, you can have the floor.
Okay, I'm going to make this super quick. Yeah, Chief of Staff, like Nathan said, the application closes tonight at midnight. And then on top of that, the cabinet application is live. Josh gets the award for being the first person to fill it out before it was even publicized. So way to go. But yes, we will be publicizing that tomorrow on our Instagram. It's already posted on our Linktree. So if you just go on the Instagram and find it there, and then it'll most likely be in the Senate agenda for next week. So that's all I got.
Awesome. Are there any questions for Michael? Seeing none, thank you. Sorry, I don't know what that was. Oh, yeah, Parliamentarian Arnold has a report.
Hey everyone, buy a shirt, Venmo me $10. It's posted in the agenda, and they will be ordered next Friday after Senate. It's just we give the new senators one more opportunity to get their orders in. And also, Andrew, I need money from you.
Are there any questions for Parliamentarian Arnold? Oh my gosh, they're giving the money right now. Okay. Well, this surreptitiously happens at the front of the room. We're going to continue on. Are there any further directors who have a report tonight? Seeing none, we'll continue on with the agenda. We have no college caucus time tonight and no minor allocations, so we will move immediately into final action. The first thing we have is slightly complicated and it's going to be a little weird. Again, it's not going to be normal. So kind of as Andrew hinted earlier, Madison, before you come up, let me explain and then I'll get to it. Okay. So what happened, this bill was authored by two committees and there was some confusion last week. So it ended up referred to both committees to discuss, which is a process that we can do, but we do this very rarely, hardly ever. And I have never seen happen what's about to happen. So yay, first time for everything. So what we have is that the two committees amended it differently. And when that happens, we have to vote to approve, like Senate votes to put which one they want on the agenda. So in privilege fee did not amend the bill, so it looks exactly the same thing as it did last week. There were no changes made to it. And then Senate operations made like one slight amendment. They like struck an entire section out of it. And so to decide which version we'll actually debate and vote on tonight, we need to first debate which version we're going to have. And this was even before we were running long. I was like, I think this is kind of complicated. So I'm just going to leave it to the chair of each committee to debate their version. And then we're just going to immediately proceed into a vote after all questions are answered on like version A or version B. So instead of like debating this one back and forth for a really long time because it's about which one goes on the agenda, where I'm just going to leave it to the chairs. Is everyone comfortable with that?
Is that a voice vote or a roll call vote?
I'm going to do a hands vote, like a raising hands vote for that.
Got it.
So yeah, the question was how would you do the vote? So we'll just do hands so I get a numbers on it. Any other questions? Is everyone comfortable? Are there any objections to doing it that way? If you do, we can do this normally. I just thought that that would be focused and able for people to understand. So. Okay, seeing none. So what we're gonna do is Madison is basically gonna get up and give the pitch for version A since it came out of her committee. And then Andrew will follow and give the pitch for version B since that came out of his committee. So yeah, Madison, you have the floor to debate for version A.
Hi, everyone. To give a brief overview of what this piece of legislation is, every single privilege fee entity is required to have an advisory committee. It's essentially a group that is made up of a majority of students. They meet at least like 2 or 4 times a year and basically just give student input since they are utilizing student dollars. So as you can see on the agenda, the statement of limitations essentially is something that Mr. Parker, the Dean of Lafayette and Counseling, because this kind of serves for both, put in, and it just talks a little bit about like the role that the committee has. And so I'm gonna read some of the email that he sent me that basically further clarifies the reason for his inclusion of this, because this is something that like he sent me his recommendations, we fiddled with it a bit, but this was something that he wanted to be included. The purpose of my proposed verbiage is to establish a preemptive understanding for SHAC leadership, members, and candidates, that the committee functions solely in an advisory capacity and not a regulatory one. During my tenure at Lafayette, some terrific recommendations and ideas have been shared with me by students. Despite that great idea or recommendation, there may be legal, ethical, or regulatory reasons why the concept cannot be implemented. As much as possible, I try to engage with students and share why the concept cannot be implemented. The statement may also be helpful to eliminate unnecessary friction about ideas and concepts shared between students and Lafayette leadership going forward. Most areas of the healthcare industry are very highly regulated and governed by third parties, including national boards, state boards, etc. All Lafayette doctors, nurses, etc. are bound to follow these specific codes. In summary, the statement of limitations was included in my proposal so that all parties involved understand their roles and functions within the healthcare delivery system. I found that understanding these limitations will make working together much more fluid and enjoyable.
Are there any questions for Chair Brown at this time? Seeing none, so Chair Booz, you'll get the floor next to explain version B, which does not have the statement in it. So the statement of limitations is not included in this one.
Yeah, so as Nathan said, the difference between version A and version B is solely that version B does not have the statement of limitations in it. And this is because after this was introduced, both me and members of my committee registered concerns, which is why we reached out to Jim Parker to discuss more about his reasons for adding this. And the email for explaining his reasons just compounded our concerns, honestly. In particular, the use of this, this was for basically two reasons that we felt that this was being added and that we didn't want it to be added. The first reason, basically, we felt that this was being added as a way of preventing the committee from being more active and more engaged in reporting back to Student Senate and having more impact on their own discussions. This verbiage that Jim Parker uses in his email about a preemptive understanding and that understanding those limitations up front kind of is what both for me and for members of the committee was kind of a clue that he considered this to be a way to, say that the committee should be X. The problem is we didn't feel like that this should be that we should explicitly state this for two reasons. First is that we really should have put this in the purpose section of the bill if we had wanted to put it anywhere. And the purpose section of the bill, to be clear, does state explicitly that the committee is only advisory. In fact, it says that the purpose is on line 35 to advise the Lafayette Health Center director and University Counseling Services director, as well as assist the director in setting priorities that have the interests of students at mind. So this really does not do anything to protect Lafayette because the purpose is still explicitly defined as advising. The second part, reason why we should take this out is because we feel that this will cause the committee to be more timid in any criticisms that they may have. I do not want to be in a situation where we are able to say, or where the committee or SGA would want to say, hey, we've kept pressuring Lafayette that, they're obviously doing the wrong thing for students, and this committee is the one that's looking at the books more often. And yet we can't do anything because they added a disclaimer that they're bound exclusively by more rules and regulations. I do not want to be in a situation where the committee feels like it cannot bring up issues to us as SGA that does have the power to examine their books more thoroughly and if necessary, cut them. This has nothing to do with Director Parker or anyone else, but we did feel like that one, this does not particularly do anything to protect Lafayette, but it will make students less likely to protest if something is going on.
With that, are there any questions for Chair Booz at this time? Question from Chair Colburn. Hold on, I don't know if we have an extra mic right now. Just say your question and I'll repeat it into the mic.
Yeah.
Yeah, Michael will get anything ready.
I don't know about anyone else. I'm just kind of confused. Can you just clearly highlight why Jim Parker included it and why you think it shouldn't?
Yeah, so really Director Parker is saying that he wants to include it to be more clear about what the purpose of the committee is and establish that it's completely non-regulatory and instead advisory. As for why that we want to take it out is that we believe that this doesn't really establish any more than it's already established in the purpose section of this, of the bylaws for this committee, and that this statement will instead make students less likely to speak up to us.
Awesome. I
And
see that
defer
there's,
to Madison.
is Madison deferring?
I just wanted to add on.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Can we get her a mic?
Hi, that's not. SHAC has been in our statutes for quite a long time, but has never been enacted because it's like really specific. It wants 14 at-large members. It's not feasible. And I think part of the concern slash reasoning for putting this in was this is a brand new committee that that no one has been on like for my SGA term. And since it's a new committee, I think there's just concerns about like, what is this committee's role? What power do they have, et cetera. And so I think he was just wanting to be extra clear that this is the role of the committee. Since it's something that's new, I think there's just kind of confusion based off of like, we don't know what it's going to look like because we've never had it recently. So I think that's why on his end, he added it in.
And then I see there's a follow-up. Yeah, so Lily will get you a mic.
Yeah, I just like a little bit of context. Like, Andrew, I know that you know the committees front and back. Are there any other kind of committees that set up this kind of limitation or this kind of purpose of this is advisory versus like regulatory or decisions have to be implemented kind of thing?
Yeah, so this is one of the committees that like every privileged entity is supposed to have something like this. That looks at their books every year instead of every 3 years and can report back, as well as advising their director. We have not done that for at least 5 years and probably way longer. But the thing is, Student Health Advisory Committee was already in the statutes, so it did exist at some point. And so we were, starting with this one, especially because we were reviewing Lafine this year. So this is a part of an entire class of committees that we're trying to bring back.
Are there any further questions from anyone in the body? I think I actually have a question for like the both of you simultaneously. And that's like, if the other, yeah, Madison, like your version A, like Privilege Fee is version A, Synopsis is version B. If the other version was the one that Senate passed, would you is your assumption from talking to your committee that you would still vote for the other version of the bill, or would you like try to amend it? Like, I'm just curious because I haven't been in these conversations.
I will not speak for my committee, but I personally think that whether this statement is included or not included will have no impact on the actual operations of this committee. So yes.
Yeah, I do, like the consensus in my committee was like to amend this out. It was a unanimous amendment in committee. And so like, while I do believe that like we would probably vote for the version with it in, I do think we would likely try to amend it first.
Okay, I was just curious. I wanted to know where everyone was before we got through this. It looks like there's another question from Lily, all the way at the back.
It's quick. I think it can be repeated easily. Did Privy consider taking this out?
Did Privy consider taking this out?
Yes.
The answer is yes. Are there any further questions? Since it's kind of an unconventional process. And time for questions is expired anyway. So unless there's a motion to extend, but I had exhausted the list of questions by this point. Okay, seeing no more questions, we're just going to proceed immediately into a hand vote, unless someone objects to that, just because we still have to debate like the actual bill itself. So just to clarify again, what's going on right now. Version A is the one that came out of Privilege Fee, has the statement in it that specifies like the limitations that they have. Version B, which came out of Senate Operations, does not have that statement in it. So I'm just going to like do a hand vote right now through the raise hand feature for both versions. Everyone clear on what we're doing? Seeing thumbs up.
Are we doing them at the same time?
So I'm going to ask all in favor of version A, all in favor of version B. That's what I'll do. So with that, everyone who is in favor of version A, please use the raise hand feature at this time. If you have proxies, you can also DM me what your proxy wants. Okay, so as of right now, I have 18 votes in favor of version A. Oh, and then 3, I just got an additional proxy, so that's 21 votes in favor. All in favor of version B, please raise your hand. I did. Oh goodness, this is a, hold on. So I have 20 hands raised right now with 1 proxy. So by a single vote, we're going with version B. So by actually 1 vote. Wow, I thought I was gonna have to break a tie right there, and I was kind of excited, but never mind. With that, we are going to go forward with version B then. So version B is the one proposed by Senate Operations that does have the statement of limitations excluded from it. So now we are going to move into actual debate and questions on this item. So as of right now, if the author will please come forward for all reasons in the positive. Yeah, debate in the positive to the primary author first. I don't know who that is.
All right, so hi everyone. So this committee has not been enacted in a few years now, and its main job is to serve as a advisor to the Privilege Fee Committee, and will allow students to have a hand in advising and reviewing Lafine's budget, as well as counseling services, which are 2 of the largest entities that we allocate to. And so I'd really appreciate it if you guys could vote yes on this.
Awesome. Are there any questions for Senator Heimerman at this time? Seeing none, we will now move into debate in the negative. Is there any debate in the negative on Bill 2021-48B? Where you are in the agenda, you got to be looking at 48B. Are there any are there any is there any debate in the negative? Seeing none, is there any additional debate in the positive? Is there any additional debate at all? Seeing none, we will now move into a roll call vote on Bill 48B. Just a reminder, this is the one that does not have the statement in it. So we approved the one that was struck from. So I will now turn it over to Maggie for a roll call vote.
All right, remember your options are yes, no, pass, abstain, and remember to vote for your proxy. Atchison. Yes. Bain. Yes. Booz.
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, Bellamy and then Booz.
Yes.
Awesome. Brown.
Yes.
Bruce. Brummett. Burke.
Yes.
Carlson. Carr. Clements. Cone.
Yes.
Colburn.
Yes.
Crosslow.
Yes.
Diaz de Leon.
Yes.
Dillavue.
Yes.
Doc.
Yes.
Dunlap.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Glasscock.
Yes.
Grills.
Yes.
Gromas.
Yes.
Hamlin. Harmon.
Yes.
Hurd.
Yes.
Heimerman.
Yes.
Hernandez.
Yes, by proxy.
Hutchings.
Yes.
Jambunathan.
Yes.
James Rose. Kidd.
Yes.
Folk. Cruzen.
Yes.
Levi. Manners.
Yes.
McKee. Thank you. Muthukumar,
Yes.
Noel, Nanink,
Yes.
Panikatu. Thank you. Phillips,
Yes.
Porter, Purdy, Richenberg,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Rossi. Oh, sorry. Rossi, Salmon,
Yes.
Shear,
Yes, by proxy.
Shunjay, Senator Ben,
Yes.
Senator Blaine,
Yes.
Bont, Vogelmore,
Yes.
Wallace, Wells, or I'm sorry, Ward. Thank you. And then Wells, thank you. Willis Jackson, Willis Reese, and Windholtz. Thank you. Awesome. Is there anyone whose name I did not call? All right, with that, Bill 48 passes 43 to 0. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Up next is Bill 49. Will the author please come forward for first right to debate?
I know. Yeah.
Good. All right. Hello, everybody. It's an honor and a privilege to get to be up here and speaking in favor of this bill. Most of like the hardcore like logic is outlined in the whereas statements. And so all I'm going to do, I won't take your time rehashing what I mentioned and talked about last week and what's mentioned in the whereas statements. I will just reinforce kind of like the outcomes that I hope this bill will achieve and some of the concerns that may or may not be had about it. The purpose, like, I just hope this bill can move forward in like opening up like the culture of debate in Senate and making it not, it sounds like we're closing a piece of debate, but genuinely in my mind, I think this bill only opens that up. And I think by making it a more clear-cut process and allowing people to speak their mind and have that back and forth flow of ideas, I think that makes debate more open. That's how debate is designed to be. In most all other processes that have debate over pieces like this. And so it's been my vast experience that when you open up people to questions, that leads down a road of defensiveness. And when you focus debate on the merits of the issue at hand and allow people to go back and forth in this exchange of ideas, that's genuinely what leads to the best productive and most efficient progress when we're discussing especially tough ideas. And then one of the biggest concerns is what do we do when we do have those genuine questions? And that's a very real concern. We have tons of pieces here in Senate where we need more information in order to better represent students. Tonight was a great example of that, and there are many others. And it's just my intention with this bill not to get rid of our ability to ask those questions, but only to have that extra little intentionality behind asking those questions. By having it be just that little like question of privilege and those other mechanisms that allow us to ask those questions, instead of just outlining a standard block of time where we automatically open up the can of worms for all of these questions to be asked of the speaker's debate. By adding that intentionality, I think that will go a long way towards improving the culture around debate in Senate. And tonight we had a lot of amazing senior speeches that I loved, and a common theme we hear every year is people mentioning how important of a moment it was for them to stand up here and brave the pulpit, to steel themselves and take that first piece of debate. And personally, I would love to see an SGA culture where it's not that big of a deal to get up here, express your logic, express your thoughts, and then return to be seated and have that be your contribution to the discussion. I think that's a much more productive way to have debate in an organization like this. And the goal of this bill is to simply have that come about. And I fully recognize that it would be on us and on SGA going forward to empower people to make sure that they have the tools available to them to ask questions when needed. But it's my opinion that those tools are outlined, they exist. I think they are already well-written and well exercised in other parts of the business world. And I think we will be able to take full advantage of them, and that the changes in this bill will go a long way towards making debate more open and inclusive and better for SGA.
Awesome. You know, it's funny because he's debating against this process. Are there any questions for Senator Harmon? There's a first question is from Senator Glasscock.
Yeah, Michael.
Hey, Max, just to really spell it out for me, can we maybe role play a bit? Say I'm the debater and you have like an informational question for me under the rules of your new bill. Can you maybe just go through the motion you would make and how you would ask that question ideally under this new status quo?
Yeah. So yeah, and that's a great question. I think, sorry, not to ramble. Basically how those things sound is there's mostly, we all know about parliamentary inquiry. If we ever need to know about how the rules work, we simply ask Mr. Speaker, we do it in the chat now. Obtaining the floor is always how everything works. So you ask the floor, Mr. Speaker, the speaker would recognize me, you know, state your question. So how I would do that, I can either ask just for the floor, Mr. Speaker, you know, state your point or make your request, or I can just say that in the chat. Mr. Speaker, question of privilege, Mr. Speaker, point of information. And so those things are basically synonymous. And I like to think of it as just like questions of privilege are just ways that you ask an important question relevant to the body. Point of information, as always, it's not to include your own piece of debate, your own pieces of information. It's a request for a point of information. So, Mr. Speaker, point of information, make your request. Can the speaker elaborate on the, you know, can the speaker, because like now I'm trying to like think of like questions that would not be like my intentions or like anything like that. But say it's like for a privy bill. Say it's for like this exact scenario we had with like the bill a couple of bits ago. Mr. Speaker, can the current speaker elaborate on Mr. Parker's statements regarding the statute of limitation or the statement of limitations? And the speaker would kind of make that ruling or ask the speaker if they would like to take that question and then proceed with that little like request, that informational tidbit. And that's basically, I think like we will still have a bunch of those. I definitely don't think that this bill will get rid of a lot of those questions because we have lots of good questions. But I think the purpose of that is just to add, and it sounds weird, but adding that little like intentionality, that little piece where people have to ask a question. I think that's a big piece in people's minds. It makes you just stop and think instead of, it makes you think and go through all of that mental checklist of like, cool, like, am I asking this question just for the body to have more information so I have more information to make my decision? Or am I trying to like get at why this speaker has the thing, like said the thing they said? And I think that's the biggest breakdown. And that's why I wrote this bill in order to add that little step of intentionality.
That was helpful. Thank you, Max.
Thanks for the question.
The last question was withdrawn. Are there any other questions for Senator Harmon? Seeing none, thank you, Max, for your debate. Is there any debate in the negative on this bill? Is there any additional debate in the positive on this bill? Chair Colburn, you have the floor.
I assume we're running up on a time boundary, so I want to keep it quick. As someone who asks a lot of the questions in this body during these debate periods, I just wanted to make it clear that I am really for this bill. I think a lot of the questions that I have learned to ask because Max has counseled me and not asking opinionated and debate-like questions is really to clarify a lot of things and a lot of questions about privy bills or technical pieces of legislation. And it's something that I think is still really important and I think it's still allowed within this new structure. So I don't know, I think that there's probably some disagreement on this in this body. So I wanted to kind of say that as someone who asks a lot of questions, I feel like this doesn't limit my ability to do that. And so I hope that it doesn't feel like it limits your ability to do that either. I would also add that I think that while governing documents, we shouldn't change them all the time. I don't think that we should go into this thinking this is going to change Senate forever and we can never change it back. If we try it and it doesn't work, we can change it back, just like we did with the speaker election. I was someone who was initially against the idea of just going to one meeting, but I was like, oh, well, if it doesn't work this year, we can change it back. There's not a whole lot of harm that happens. So I'd really like to see how this works, give it some experimentation. I know people express a lot of fear in facing questions and being grilled by the body. It is kind of scary. So I think that this could have a lot of positive effects. And if it's like neutral or like maybe not that great, then we can change it and we shouldn't be afraid of that. So with that, I'd stand for questions.
Any questions for Chair Colburn? Seeing none, is there any additional debate in the negative? Is there any additional debate in the positive? Positive debate from Chair Booz.
Yeah, I really hate the time pressure that we get under sometimes, but because I did want to bring up a point that while I'm in the positive, I'm not quite as positive as for some of the previous speakers, because it does add that friction to the questions. And so, I want to make sure that whoever the speaker is next term, that after a couple of debates, like they are always saying like, if you want to ask a clarifying question, you can make this motion or, something like that until we get used to the new structure. So like, if we do that, I'm fairly sure that we'd be able to transition to this relatively well. But I am a little bit afraid that this might stifle some clarifying questions. And if we get to that point, then obviously, as another previous speaker said, we can also change it back. So and I do believe that this would have a lot of the benefits that previous speakers have brought up. So overall, I would urge you to vote in favor, and I stand for questions.
Are there any questions for Chair Booz? Seeing none, is there any additional debate in the negative? Is there any additional debate in the positive? Any additional debate at all? Seeing none, this will move to a roll call vote right now.
Atchison,
Yes.
Bain,
Yes.
Bellamy,
Yes.
Booz,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Bruce, Brummett, Burke, Carlson, Carr. Thank you, Clements. Sorry. Cone,
Yes.
Colburn,
Yes.
Crosslow,
Yes.
Diaz de Leon,
Yes.
Dillaboo,
Yes.
Doc,
Yes.
Dunlap,
Yes.
Frederick,
Yes.
Glasscock,
Yes.
Grills,
No.
Gromes,
Yes.
Hamlin, Harmon,
Yes.
Hurd, Heimerman.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then thank you, Senator Heimerman. Hernandez,
Yes.
Hutchings,
Yes.
Jan Bunathan,
Yes.
James Rose, Kidd,
Yes.
Pope,
Yes, by proxy.
Cruzen,
Yes.
Levi, Manners,
Yes.
McKee. Thank you, Muthukumar. Thank you, Noel. Nunning,
Yes.
Panikatu. Thank you, Phillips,
Yes.
Porter, Purdy, Richenberg,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
No.
Rossi, Solomon,
Yes.
Shear. Shunjay. Snyder Ben.
No.
Snyder Blaine.
Yes.
Bonds. Vogelmore.
Yes.
Wallace. Ward. Wells. Thank you. Willis Jackson. Willis Reese. And Windholtz. Thank you. Is there anyone whose name I did not call? Okay. With that, Bill 49 passes 39 to 3 to 0. Thank you, everyone.
Awesome. I see the motion, but I do want to let everyone know, I'll just try this out right now for the rest of our meetings. We can even do the first test run of this right now as well. But there has been a motion to hold bills 50, 51, and 52 for bulk roll call. That has been seconded. Are there any objections to bulk roll calling those three bills? Seeing none, so the next three we'll just vote on all at once and one big block. So Bill 50, if the author will please come forward.
Hi, everyone. So going back to those advisory committees that we were talking about earlier, which is legislated for every privileged fee committee to have, every privileged fee entity to have. Currently, the regulation says that if you're a compensated student, you cannot serve in an advisory committee. So for example, I actually just got the audit for the union yesterday, and it basically said in their audit that there are a few students who are on this advisory board that were employees of the union, and going forward, in order to comply with our current statutes, they would actually have to resign, which in my opinion, like, I think employees bring valuable knowledge. Since it is an advisory committee and doesn't have any power, I don't think there's any opportunities for, like, quote unquote corruption. They're not going to be voting on increasing their salaries or anything like that. They could maybe be giving recommendations, but it's really just in an advisory capacity. I also think, like, whenever we're looking at who knows an entity and who cares about an entity, students who are compensated most likely are very familiar with it, and they also probably have a vested interest already in that entity, and therefore I think they can bring a lot of valuable impact and input. I don't
No,
stand
you
for
don't stand for
question.
questions now. But the way this works is what Chair Booz just did, asking for a point of information. So Chair Booz, you're talking to me, Madison, right now. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Point of information.
I was wondering which particular board or committee that the relevant, that the audit report was talking about.
I was talking about Union Governing Board, which is the advisory committee for all of the union contracts, which includes like union operations, R&R reserve, et cetera.
Awesome. So with that, unless there's anything else in the chat, I'm just going to move on to the next speaker in the negative. So is there any debate in the negative?
I have a procedural question.
Yes.
From a minutes taking standpoint, since like a point of information is technically a motion, do you guys think that I need to put that in the minutes, or do you think that it matters since we didn't mark questions to begin with?
No, we didn't mark questions before, so I wouldn't
Dope.
change it.
Thanks.
Yeah. So then moving on, I'm now seeking debate in the negative. So is there any debate in the negative on Bill 50? Seeing none, is there any additional debate in the positive on Bill 50? Yeah, technically it's not true, but I wanted to test it, so I don't know. Is there any additional debate at all on Bill 50? Debate in the negative from Booz. Sorry, let me catch up to where I am.
Continuing my pattern of not entirely, like debates that aren't entirely of the thing they are presented as. This is not entirely negative. However, I do want to bring up some points that I think SGA and Student Senate should consider. The primary point that I want to bring up is that if somebody is paid by the very same entity that they are overseeing, that is an obvious conflict of interest. And so, like, even if they don't have typical power, they have power in what is reported to SGA. And so I think it's important to note like that is a conflict of interest, even though the benefits, like it's up to you to decide whether the benefits that we gain from getting more people on these committees and getting more oversight in general are outweighed by the probability that some of these people who are doing the oversight would be paid by the entity. And so I think it's important to weigh those two. And I'm probably not voting no, but I do think it's important that we consider that.
Awesome. With that, I am now seeking debate in the positive on this bill. Seeing none, I am now seeking additional debate in the negative on Bill 50. Seeing none, is there any additional debate at all on Bill 50? Seeing none, this is going to be held for bulk roll call, so we're going to vote on all three of the next ones at once. So the next one is Bill 51. Andrew, that's you again.
Yeah.
Or I can do it right now, actually.
Oh.
Okay, you can go.
This was speaker election. For some reason I thought it was Wildcat Watch. Yeah. All right, so speaker election. So this is continuing the theme of talking about things that we can reverse change if we don't like them. This is related to the speaker election. So there's just some things that I noticed that did refer to the speaker election as being on the second meeting of the newly elected student senate, even though the we had changed it in the bylaws to be the first meeting of the newly elected student senate. And so if you don't want our statutes to be contradictory to our bylaws, please vote yes.
Awesome. Is there any debate in the negative on Bill 51? Is there any additional debate in the positive on Bill 51? Is there any additional debate at all on Bill 51? Seeing none, up next would be Bill 52. If the author would want to please come forward.
Hi, this one's me. This is in line with a lot of the other Senate Ops bills that have come through to kind of clean up the governing documents. And chapter 64 of the bylaws refers to the KSU Library's Student Advisory Committee. And in reaching out to the library, this committee as it stands has not been functioning for at least 5 years. So the point of this legislation is not to suggest that we shouldn't communicate with the library, especially in light of legislation earlier, but hopefully this bill just gets rid of chapter 64, and then if we want to establish another committee, that can be some later legislation. So the point of this bill is to take out chapter 64 completely, because this committee as it stands is not a thing. And I yield the floor.
Awesome. With that, is there any debate in the negative on Bill 52? Is there any additional debate in the positive on Bill 52? Is there any additional debate at all on Bill 52? Seeing none, we are now going to move into a roll call vote. For a quick recap, since these are three pretty different bills, I'll just summarize what each one is doing right now. So Bill 50, if Bill 50 passes, that will allow student employees to be on advisory boards for privilege fee entities. Bill 51 makes a correction to prevent a contradiction in the bylaw between the bylaws and statutes about the speaker election date. And then Bill 52 removes the chapter about the libraries committee that does not exist. That committee does not exist currently. So I hope that was a succinct summary. with that, I'm going to turn over to Maggie for a roll call vote. So again, you can say yes to all, no to all, but if you're like no to one and like yes to the others, you can just specify. So you can say like no to 50, yes to 51 and 52. It's just a faster way of doing it. So.
Hold on.
Oh, whoa, that's emotion. Wow, that is weird. I would have, yeah, hold on. I would have preferred, I would say, Intern Blood, I'm gonna give you my honest opinion right now. I would have loved if you would have done that before the motion to bulk roll call had passed, because I don't know how we would bulk things without doing it that way. So if you could withdraw your motion, that would be,
There's also been no second, so technically it's not even on the floor.
there were strong objections. If you had made that motion earlier, I would have been fine with allowing it, but where we are now, I think it's just gonna get confusing and I'm not sure how to proceed. So.
Okay, well, if there's no second, it just dies.
Yeah,
just letting you
so
know.
I'm gonna turn it back over to Maggie since we're making the roll call right now.
Okay, Atchison. Bain,
Yes to all.
Bellamy,
Yes to all.
Booz.
Pass on 50, yes to 51 and 52.
Okay, please remind me to come back to you because I may not. Brown,
Yes to all.
Bruce, Brummett, Burke,
Yes to all.
Carlson, Carr, Clements, Cone,
Yes to all.
Colburn,
Yes, to all.
Crosslow,
No on 50, yes to 51 and 52.
Diaz de Leon, Delavu,
No on 50, yes on 51 and 52.
Doc,
Yes to all.
Dunlap,
Yes, to all.
Frederick.
No to 50, yes to 51, 52.
Okay. Glasscock,
Yes to all.
Grills,
No to 50, yes to 51 and 52.
Gromas,
Yes, to all.
Hamlin, Harmon,
Yes to all.
Hurd,
Yes to all.
Heimerman. Thank you. Hernandez,
Yes to all.
Hutchings,
Yes to all.
Jambunathan,
Yes to all.
James Rose, Kidd,
Yes to all.
Coke, Cruzen,
Yes to all.
Levi, Manners,
Yes to all.
McKee, Mupukumar, Noel, Nunning,
Yes to all.
Panicatu. Thank you. Phillips,
Yes to all.
Porter, Purdy, Richenberg,
Yes to all.
Rodriguez,
Yes to all.
Rossi, Salmon,
Yes to all.
Shear,
Yes, to all by proxy.
Shunjay, Snyder Ben,
No to 50, yes to 51, 52.
Snyder Blaine,
Yes to all.
Bonts, Vogelmore,
Yes to all.
Wallace, Ward, thank you. Wells, Willis Jackson,
Yes to all.
Willis Reese, and Windholtz. Thank you. Okay, and then Booz on 50.
Yeah, I'll go no on 50.
Okay. With that, there were 41 votes, so that means that Bill 50 passes, oh geez, it's 41 minus 7. 34, yes, thank you. 34 to 7 to 0. And then bills 51 and 52 pass 41 to 0. Awesome. With that, we will now move on to Bill 53. Will the author of Bill 53 please come forward for any changes and then first right to debate? Are there any objections to? Awesome. Are there any objections to holding bills 53 and 54 for a bulk roll call? Okay, seeing none, we'll just move through 53 and 54. Go ahead, Madison.
Hello. So this first bill, Bill 53, is a privileged review of Wildcat Watch, and this is their equipment reserve. So Wildcat Watch is a student organization that essentially brings video services to student orgs. So you could, if you have a student organization on campus, you could say, hey, can you make a promotional video? Can you make a video explaining SGA, etc.? And they'll do that free of charge for student organizations. So if you'll look at this bill, this is a very large increase for Wildcat Watch. It's going to be around a 66%, sorry, decrease. It's going to be around a 66% decrease for their equipment reserve. And I know that seems large, but one of the reasons that we have such a large decrease is because of their surplus amounts. So this document is on Org Central under privilege fee, under Wildcat Watch review if you want to view it. But in fiscal year 20, they had $4,125 in their surplus account for the equipment budget. In fiscal year 19, they didn't have any. In fiscal year 18, they had a $7,000 surplus. And then they are expecting to go into fiscal year 21 with to end fiscal year 21 with an additional surplus. Currently, their surplus is around $5,900. So looking over through the years, they haven't had full utilization of their funds, as well as they typically use these funds for like larger purchases, purchasing video equipment, purchasing software, etc. And although they had some areas lined out, they did not have any large expenditures coming forward that they needed these funds for ASAP. They want to buy a new computer system within the next few years. But the reason that the decrease is so large is because they do have this carryover of funds, as well as they already currently have not been utilizing all the money that they're receiving. End debate.
Yeah, so now it just moves to negative right away. And again, remember, if you have questions, you would just basically just get my attention, even like in the chat. Like, you don't even really need to make a formal motion. You just need to be given the floor. So with that, I'm now seeking debate in the negative on Bill 53. I am now seeking additional debate in the positive on Bill 53. Is there any additional debate at all? Seeing none, will the author of Bill 54 please come forward?
I'm back. So this is their operations account. So this is going to be the things that, are their operations, their day-to-day operations, like I already said. So whenever we're looking at the different types of projects that Wildcat Watch does, they have a few different areas. So they have campus partnerships, which is essentially going to be a student organization that they work with like long standing, and they create a partnership. They have regular student organizations that they're going to be working for, which they get access to Wildcat Watch free of charge. And then they also do have paying clients. So for example, the Alumni Center is technically not a K-State entity, they're separate, but they're allowed to pay for things. McCain Connected, Manhattan Art Center, Purple Power Play, those are all different organizations that have utilized Wildcat Watch that have paid for them. So Wildcat Watch is wanting to increase the amount of paid opportunities that they have, which is great because it means they're going to be receiving more revenue. But also one of the downsides is it means they will be focusing less on student groups. So that's something that the committee talked about a little bit, as well as you will see a very large decrease for this bill as well, which is going to be a decrease of 40%. And the reason for this decrease is because, once again, they also do have excess funds and carryover in their operations account. So in fiscal year 18, they had a surplus of $1,134. Fiscal year 19, they had a surplus of $5,397. Fiscal year 20, they had a surplus of $8,768. And then I'm not going to include the fiscal year 21 number because it's not over, or like the year isn't over. So they still have an opportunity to utilize those funds, but they are expecting a surplus at the end of the year. So that means that over the past few years, they've accumulated a large amount of funds. And this was partially affected because of COVID, but also they did have a surplus of funds pre-COVID. So some of the reasons for our decrease are, one, they have these carryover amounts. So they have a little bit over like $10,000 from previous years that they can utilize to subsidize their budget going forward, as well as, since they haven't been fully utilizing their budget, we didn't feel it was as necessary to give them that full budget again going forward.
Awesome. Okay, so Chair Booz has a friendly amendment, Chair Brown, to replace the word Senate with KSU SGA. I think.
I love it.
I don't know how I didn't notice that before.
My bad.
Okay, yeah, for those who aren't aware, we've been updating all of the contracts to say KSU SGA instead of Senate. And then Chair Colburn has a point of information to me, and that is,
I think it's actually Madison, but I don't know how to do that. Okay, cool.
I'll direct it to her.
Okay. Has Wildcat Watch like said that they will, like, have they given a number to how much they think they can increase their revenues from other streams?
Let me look at my documents and see, because they've talked about increasing revenue, but I do not believe they gave specific numbers. The numbers that I have regarding the amount of revenue that they received the past few years, just to give a little bit of impact, was this year they've had $1,000 of earnings. In fiscal year 20, they had $2,500. They also had $2,500 in fiscal year 19. And so those earnings amount are with 10% of their projects being paid. The structure that they want to move to would be 25% of their projects being paid. So I guess if you want to double that plus add a little bit, that could get you a general number. But he did not say like how much additional revenue.
Seeing nothing else in the chat, it's now time for debate in the negative on Bill 54. Is there any debate in the negative? Is there any additional debate in the positive? Is there any additional debate at all? Seeing none, Bill 54 will now move into, we'll now do a bulk roll call vote on Bills 53 and 54. For clarification, 53 is a decrease to the equipment account, so moving that from $15,000 to $5,000. And then Bill 54 is a decrease to Wildcat Watch's operations. So like, again, the money they pay on salaries and other general operations. And that's, I don't know what the starting number is, but that's a decrease of 40% to $18,000 for them. So with that, we'll now move into a bulk roll call vote. Maggie?
Yes, remember, yes to both, no to both, whatever. Atchison?
Yes to all.
Bain?
Yes to both.
Bellamy?
Yes to both.
Booz?
Yes to both.
Brown?
Yes to both.
Bruce? Brummett? Burke?
Yes to both.
Carlson? Carr? Clements? Cone?
Yes to 53, no to 54.
Colburn?
Yes, 53, no to 54.
Croslow?
Yes to both.
Diaz de Leon? Delavu?
Yes to both.
Thank you. Doc?
Yes to both.
Dunlap?
Yes to both.
Frederick?
Yes to both.
Glasscock?
Yes to both.
Grills?
Yes to both.
Gromas?
Yes to both.
Hamlin? Harmon?
Yes to both.
Hurd?
Yes to both.
Heimerman. Thank you. Hernandez,
Yes to both for proxy.
Hutchings,
Yes to both.
Jambunathan,
Yes to both.
James Rose, Kidd,
Yes to both.
Folk, Cruzen,
Yes to both.
Levi, Manners,
Yes to both.
McKee. Thank you. Muhu Kumar. Thank you. Noel. Nunning.
Yes to both.
Panikatu. Thank you. Phillips.
Yes to both.
Porter. Purdy. Richenberg.
Yes to both.
Rodriguez. Thank you. Rossi. Salmon.
Yes to both.
Shear.
Yes to both for proxy.
Shunjay. Senator Ben.
Yes to both.
Senator Blaine.
Yes to both.
Bonts. Fulgamore.
Yes to both.
Wallace. Ward. Thank you. Wells. Thank you. Willis Jackson.
Yes to all.
Willis Reese. And Windholtz. Thank you. Is there anyone whose name I did not call? Okay, with that, again, there were 41 votes total. So Bill 53 passes 41 to 0, and then 54 will pass 38 to 0. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, 38 to 3-0. Thank you.
Awesome. Next up is Resolution 61.
Yeah, well, we did make one small change that I wanted to talk about first. We marked Ryan Kelly as declined because I followed up with both Ryan and Sammy, and both of them did not. Ryan responded, Sammy did not. So to be clear, that does leave one graduate student senator who is not filled yet. I'm still working on that, but I kind of don't want to move on to the, I believe, more than 15 write-in, like one vote write-in, before double checking if Sammy wants to accept or not. So. Yeah, so, this is a legislative duty of Senate Operations Committee that the Elections Commissioner gives us the results, and then we write a bill or resolution, excuse me, that Student Senate adopts to make those results official. And so by voting for that, you're making those, the results from the election official. And I would urge you to do so, as it was fairly, equitably, and according to our regulations, entirely performed.
Awesome. With that, I would now seek debate in the negative on Resolution 61. There is a point of information from Cox Leader Phillips.
Yeah, can it be clarified for the College of Health and Human Sciences who the senators will be, since there's 7 positions, but 8 who have either been voted in or accepted?
Well, yeah, we considered ways of doing that in Senate Operations Committee. We did not find a particular way that wouldn't overly clutter what's already a fairly cluttered area. I don't know how you prefer to do that.
Because yeah, everything on there is correct as of right now. So this is just approving of the results. This isn't like necessarily determining like who will be a senator, right? Like there'll still be senators that we fill and stuff later. So this is just saying like who got what votes and like if there were ties, who accepted.
Yeah.
So we're just confirming that.
So I guess question that's slightly less germane. How will that process happen given that Senate operations will no longer exist after tonight?
Well, so to be clear, we already voted on which 3 out of 4 should be, should be sworn in on the 8th as opposed to later. And so Lauren Lane is not going to be sworn in on the 8th.
But the thing is, because she's accepted, like she'll be next around for the next open health and human sciences spot, which
yeah,
I mean,
which
there'll
will
be
happen
open
at
spots
some
in like all colleges,
Got
because
it.
there always is. So
Thank you.
any further questions? Seeing none, is there, or I guess I didn't need to ask for questions. So is there any debate in the negative on Resolution 61? Is there any additional debate in the positive on Resolution 61? Is there any additional debate at all on Resolution 61? Seeing none, since it's a resolution, we don't have to do a roll call vote. We just do a hand raise vote. So if everyone would like to use the raise hand feature right now, if you are in favor of this, please raise your hand at this time. And again, if you're a proxy, you can DM me your vote. In the interest of time, I'm going to close it right now. I have 37 hands raised and then 2 proxies by DM in the chat. So that'll give us a total of 39 votes in favor. All opposed to approving resolution 61, please raise your hand right now. I'm not seeing any, I guess, any abstentions if I need to call for that, but if you want to abstain, just don't vote. Seeing none, this will be approved by a margin of 39 to 0 to 0. So with that, we've exhausted all legislation and final action. But just so everyone is aware, we do have 3 bills in introduction. What that means is that we'd have to special order and still vote on them tonight. I'm actually the carrier of all 3 though, or will take over for the ones that my name's not on, because I kind of helped write all of them. So if I could get a motion to consider all, before that, okay, there's been a motion to special order them, but yeah, first I need a motion to consider them, but they have to be read and then we can special order them. So JK consider, so moved by Atchison, seconded by Croslow. With that, I'll come forward. And again, since it's introduction, you can ask me questions now when I'm done. It's only debate that we don't have questions on. So hold on, let me flip to the right thing in my notes here. So to start off with Bill 55. So this is something I worked on over the weekend. If you all recall, when we approved, the motion to summarize passed. Sorry, I totally forgot about that. So Bill 55 is amendments to the fine arts funding regulations. So if you all recall, we actually eliminated the funding for fine arts student organizations within the fine arts privilege fee contract. So before, student organizations were either a fine arts organization or like a regular organization. And there were 2 different pots of money that we could allocate out of. So On Campus and Travel had 2 different budgets they would allocate money out of. With that elimination, now there's only one pot of money that we can allocate funds out of, but we have to amend the fine arts funding regulations to clarify that. So this is again, just fixing a contradiction that currently exists. So we're basically eliminating a section of funding regulations, because why do we need regulations for something that doesn't exist anymore? So that's what section 1 does, is it just strikes the section that says that. And then section 2, all it does is it clarifies things to, again, just kind of meet our standards. So we're saying that this section is to departments. So how we talked about the music department, the dance department, all of those when that contract was in front of us. This is just some slight amendments to theirs to get everything to match up. So on line 12, it just clarifies that departments can't travel with their funds. If they have student groups that want to travel, they can apply for travel allocations funding like we already have. And then, so that's what changes on line 57 and line 67. And then there were just some wording changes. And then the numbers changed in section 2. So that's a pretty simple one. And section 3 just changed the list of fine arts entities since we amended the list of fine arts entities. So none of this is different. This is just to match up with the privilege fee contract that we passed. Are there any questions for me about Bill 55? Question from Chair Booz.
Just to clarify that we eliminated funding for fine arts organizations, but we do still have funding for fine arts departments.
Correct. So that's the music department, the dance department, all that stuff that we debated. So yes, we still have to keep the stipulations for that, how they're supposed to spend their money, but we're getting rid of the stipulation because now there's no distinction between fine arts orgs and regular organizations. Make sense?
Yeah.
Awesome. Are there any other questions? Seeing none. There was a motion to consider everything earlier, correct? Yes. So I'm in order to just start on 56. 56 goes along with the next resolution that's up. So we have an SCTE committee, student-centered tuition enhancements. That committee gives like seed funding to like new projects and like on campus. There's a list of what's called priority funding. So that's groups that have been funded for more than 4 years. If we approve resolution 62, we need to pass bill 56 because all this is saying is that these are the groups that are priority now because they've gotten more than 4 years. So this is again, like just saying like, this is not a substantive change. It only matches what resolution 62, which the next thing we're gonna do is. So are there any questions on what bill 56 does? Since we're gonna vote on these tonight, yeah, you do need to be clear on them, but it literally just adds the new projects to the list. Intern Blood has the question.
What was the margin that this passed the SCT committee on?
What? I forget the committee minutes, but I believe I can get to that I can get to that when I get to the allocations for SCTE.
Okay, sounds
If that makes sense. This is just to match that. I can discuss SCTE in a second. Any other questions on 56? Okay, so last up is resolution 62. So this is the like decisions that the SCTE committee made. So our SCTE committee met twice this semester. I don't know the dates of those, but that was chaired by our treasurer, Alan Hines. He is not here tonight. He actually has had a family emergency for the past few weeks, so he's not been very present, which is why this is kind of behind on legislation. And I do apologize for that. But so that's why I'm carrying it here tonight. There was less applications this year, so there were only 7 allocations for funding. But the good news is that they had the funds to cover all of them. So all of the proposals, which you can look at in the list there, received funding. But SCTE has some very interesting funding requirements. And so if a proposal is in the priority funding category, it actually has a maximum allocation that they can receive because the purpose of SCTE is that it's like seed funding. So groups are supposed to slowly get off of it. So their allocations decrease by about 10% each year. And so if a group did not receive their full amount in section 1, that is the maximum amount that they could receive under our funding guidelines for all of those groups. The only other one that did not receive their full amount, I believe, is the new funding proposal for education abroad. And that one received 10,500, and Alan informed me that there were unfundable items there that they just could not fund. So basically, the committee funded every proposal that came before them for the maximum amount that they possibly could because we had the money to do that. And again, there were less applications this year, but we're just kind of assuming that was because of COVID. I can tell you they were well advertised in the fall. To answer the previous question, I was informed that there was a quorum of 5 members at those meetings. So it was by margin of 5 to 0 for SCTE stuff. So is there anything about SCTE that I can answer for anyone? So seeing none, to get us to vote on these tonight, I see something's already been made, a motion to special order all 3 of them. So that's been seconded by Senator Croslow. So again, that breaks our process. Instead of things being 2 weeks, we only take 1 week, but because it's the last week of the term, if we don't special order these, they die automatically because it would be the end of the term. And yeah, I guess that's technically a debatable motion, but Caucus Leader Phillips has yielded his time for debate. So hold on, I gotta keep track of par law here. So with that, is there any debate in the positive on the motion to special order? Seeing none, is there any debate in the negative on the motion to special order? Is there any additional debate at all? Seeing none on the special order, we'll now move into a vote. This is a hand vote, but it requires 2/3 of those voting to approve it. So if you are in favor of special ordering, so moving into final action on all of these bills tonight, please raise your hand at this time. So votes seem to be leveling out. I have 33 hands raised and 2 votes by 34 hands raised and 2 votes, 35. 35 hands raised and 2 votes by proxy. With that, I have 37 in favor. I'm going to clear feedback. All opposed to the motion to special order, please raise your hand. Seeing none, and I have no proxies that were DM'd to me by a motion of 37-0, that does pass. So now we're in final action on these last 3. So what we just did with everything else, we're going to do now. Caucus Leader Atchison has moved to bulk roll call. The only thing, could you please specify, the 2 that we roll call are, sorry, hold on. There's a lot happening in the chat right now. Yes, what? What would you, sorry, what was that, Maggie?
Yeah. Yeah. 55 to 56.
Okay, so Atchison, you had the first motion, so he's clarifying 55 and 56 to bulk roll call. That's seconded. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none, on 55, I know this is a lot of people's first time seeing it, but I have first debate in the positive. But again, this is something that I've been talking about with Madison actually, since the fine arts thing was approved. I sent it to her and Alan for review on Monday before I submitted it, and they couldn't find any changes that they wanted to make. And I even went over it with our accountant, Amy Lee, to verify that this was all correct. So I would urge you to vote yes on 55 to the fine arts regulations, because this updates them and again removes any contradictions now that we eliminated that piece of funding in the first place, and it keeps everything up to, again, the same standard there. With that, I guess I now seek debate in the negative on Bill 55. Is there any debate in the negative? Seeing none, is there any additional debate in the positive on Bill 55? Is there any additional debate at all? Seeing none, Bill 56, I'm also primary author, so I urge you to vote yes on Bill 56, because if, obviously we haven't voted on 62 yet, but if we vote yes on 62, we have to pass 56. It's not even really like a question. So vote yes, because that's like logic. I don't know. I don't have a better reason than that. So with that, is there any debate in the negative on Bill 56? Is there any additional debate in the positive on Bill 56? Is there any additional debate at all? Seeing none, we'll now move into a roll call vote with Maggie for Bills 55 and 56.
Okay, Atchison,
Yes to all.
Bain,
Yes, to all.
Bellamy,
Yes to all.
Booz,
Yes to both.
Brown,
Yes, both.
Bruce, Brummett, Burke,
Yes to all.
Carlson, Carr, Clements, Cone,
Yes to all.
Colburn,
Yes, both.
Crosslow,
Yes to both.
Diaz de Leon, Delavu,
Yes to all.
Doc,
Yes to all.
Dunlap,
Yes to all.
Frederick,
Yes to both.
Glasscock,
Yes to both.
Grills,
Yes to both.
Gromas,
Yes to both.
Hamlin, Harmon,
Yes to both.
Hurd,
Yes to both.
Heimerman,
Yes to both.
Hernandez,
Yes to both.
Hutchings,
Yes to both.
Jambunathan,
Yes to both.
James Rose, Kidd,
Yes to both.
Coke,
Yes to both by proxy.
Cruzen,
Yes to both.
Levi, Manners,
Yes to both.
McKee. Thank you. Mufu Kumar. Noel. Nunning.
Yes to both.
Panakatu. Thank you. Phillips.
Yes to both.
Porter. Birdie. Richenberg.
Yes to both.
Rodriguez. Thank you. And thank you, Senator Muthu Kumar. Rossi. Salmon,
Yes to both.
Shear,
Yes, to both by proxy.
Shunjay, Senator Ben,
Yes to both.
Senator Blaine,
Yes to both.
Fonts, Fogelmore,
Yes to both.
Wallace, Ward, Wells. Thank you. Willis Jackson, Willis Reese, and Windholz. Sick. Is there anyone whose name I did not call? All right, with that, bills 55 and 56 pass 41 to 0 to 0.
Awesome. Now guys, we're on the last piece of legislation for the year. Sad. So resolution 62, debating the positive. I have first. Vote yes, because these proposals applied for money, and if we vote no and this doesn't pass, they don't get their money. These are some really cool projects, and like I said, they were funded to their maximum amount that they could possibly be, was what the recommendation was for all of them. So let's give these groups their money. I think it'd be really awesome to, again, like a peer academic coaching program, and again, like things like the CARE office, undergraduate research. I think those are all worthy investments. I think those are all worthy investments of our time, and it'd be a good use of student dollars. So I would urge you all to vote yes on resolution 62. I'm going to approve these pieces of funding. No questions. With that, is there any debate in the negative on resolution 62? Is there any additional debate in the positive on resolution 62? Is there any additional debate at all? Seeing none, since it's a resolution, it's just a hand vote. So if you are in favor of resolution 62, please raise your hand right now. And again, you can DM me or proxies vote. Okay, so I have the same vote total as the last resolution, 35 hands and then 2 votes by DM. So that's 37 in favor. All who are opposed, please raise your hand. Any abstentions? I'm seeing no movement. Seeing none, resolution 62 will pass 37 to 0 to 0. With that, we have exhausted our legislative agenda for the evening. So it is now second open period. Are there any speakers for second open period? Maggie did want to do Senate shout outs. But after this, we will not do a second roll call. So like, to be honest, like if you need to leave now for something, you are free to leave. I'd also encourage everyone to start packing up because we've held up the union long enough. But are there any speakers? Seeing none, actually, before Maggie does Maggie will do the Senate shout outs for anyone who wants to stick around and hear them. I will now seek a motion to adjourn, but this motion to adjourn is for forever, since this is the last time of our turn. So Cox Leader Kidd moved to adjourn the 2020-2021 Student Senate term. There's a second. There's an objection. Overruled. So with that, we will now stand adjourned. Thank you everyone for your hard work and diligence this year. Everyone have a lovely evening. I'll keep the Zoom on for anyone who wants to hear the Senate shout out.
Okay, I'm gonna roll through these real fast. Laura Bain for always helping me out when I need it. I would like to give a very special shout out to Chair Brown. Madison has been such a great friend and mentor this year, and I would be lost without her. Thank you so much, Madison, for all you've done for student government and for me personally. I'm very sad to see you go, but can't wait to see what you do next. The biggest possible shout out to Hannah Heatherman. Also, I'm not judging you if you're leaving. It's okay. To Hannah Heatherman for her leadership in the intern program. Thank you for giving the interns an experience that hooked us on what SGA is and connected us within the community. You have been a far better mentor than any of us could have wished for, and I sincerely hope you understand how much all of us interns appreciate your hard work, kindness, compassion, and camaraderie. Good luck in your future adventures, and make sure to visit every once in a while. That was really sweet. Big shout out to those who made me feel so welcome in my early SGA days, particularly Marcus Kidd, Nathan Bothwell, Andrew Booz, Hannah Heatherman, and many others. Thank you for helping to restore the Senate connection with Vet Med. Heart. Bryce Atchison, he is awesome and doesn't get the recognition he deserves. Shout out to Hannah for being the most amazing intern coordinator anyone could ask for, and for always humoring the constant nonsense we throw her way. Hannah, you're the best. Heart. Shout out to all of the seniors for some great advice. Shout out to Nate for being the best role model and person who first made me want to get involved in SGA. Thank you, Blake Phillips, for being a steadfast and passionate senator in SGA. He undoubtedly deserves SGA Senator of the Year. Ashley, I love you. Michael, please marry me. Shout out to my fellow Phase 2 interns who make me laugh every time I'm with them and who have become an amazing group of friends. Shout out to Michael for his swift run. Shout out to Madison Brown for being the best woman I know. Marta, I'm in love with you. Heart. Shout out to me for doing Senate shout outs all year. It's my favorite part of the night, so thank you all for submitting them. Shout out to Nathan Bothwell for always being empathetic, always considerate, and having been my role model in SGA for 3 years. Shout out to Jeff for being able to spell. Shout out to Intern Blood for jumping in and being very engaged with funding bills and parliamentary procedure these last few meetings. Shout out to Andrew Booz for being my bro, smiley face. Shout out to Blake for being voted position of the year 2 years in a row. This emoji. Okay. Shout out to Fuzzy's Tacos. I miss you and will never stop loving you. Shout out to Josh Diaz de Leon. Diaz de Leon. I know that I'm older than you, but you're still like the cool older kid at school. Shout out to Alan Hines for the work on SCTE. Our hearts are with you, smiley face. And that concludes Senate shout outs forever.
Let's wrap it up.